Greetings and good day, YouTube. How are you doing today? I myself am pretty excited to continue where we last left off with 7 Days to Die. Oh, that's interesting. That might be fun to do when I actually start playing this damn game instead of just doing the creative mode to activate, like, enable Twitch integration. I did play a little bit off stream, I think, but, I gotta remember how to... space C goes down. That's right. Alright, so what I was doing here last that I showed is I had built a dual layer wall. I remember that much, and then I was getting rid of it because I have a mod installed and active that gets rid of the wiring. I still haven't figured out this power and how it works. I'll figure that out later. Maybe it has to do with being in debug menu or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, we got a lot of this to be doing today, right? So I'm gonna make sure that I crouch while I do it because it lowers the sound that it makes just by a little bit. I know I can adjust the audio a bit more. That still does not sound any better to me, personally. Regardless of that, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be talking over most of it for the time being. You know what we could do? Lower up the music a little bit. I'm going to turn it down a couple of days as well. That's better. I know it's worse for me. Right? It's probably barely hearable at this point in time, right? Anyways. So, this is the first normal, outdated YouTube blog thing we're doing since my PC went down for about a month. The last thing that I did that is classified as an outdated YouTube blog thing was more of a... I think I was playing Dredge. Maybe? Or I was playing this game, I don't quite remember. Regardless, it wasn't on a Monday. So, I can go over quite a bit about what I've been playing and what I am going to be playing in the near future, the far future, and so on and so forth. And that's probably where I would recommend people who haven't seen Game of Thrones to step away, because when I'm done with topics to talk about like that, I'm going to do my little breakdown analysis. I also need to close something really fast. There we go. We're good to go now. I'm going to do a little bit of my breakdown analysis like I was doing for Star Wars. And I'm going to do something similar to Game of Thrones. Only, big difference here is I'm going based off of memory. I didn't write down anything, in all honesty. This is something that I need, actually, in all honesty. I do need this to be the way that it is. And this is going to be like the pantry, basically. Or like storage for the kitchen storage.
But want one pair of stable and reliable shoes, you can trust the Noble Drive to get the job done. Visit nobleproject.com for more information. That's www.nobullproject.com.
I mean, actually, we could technically make a concrete ladder.
Why would with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom.
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app.
Ladder, square ladder, round, or scaffolding ladder.
Eye on their spending, so you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data.
I don't think I wanted to actually place those.
Save big on
I wanted to turn them, but I forgot that to turn them you have to press a different button. Whoops.
We have the largest in-stock selection of concrete landscaping blocks ready to take home today. Plus, get fast, free estimates using our landscape.
I don't need actual concrete, Radio. I need in-game concrete.
All landscape blocks when you shop at Menards. And don't forget to check out
I've been to Menards before. Had to pick up a piece of
great deals.
equipment, repair equipment there. A thermocouple. Had to pick up at Menards once. Whatever, I'll just throw you on the ground. Doesn't really matter in all honesty. If yeah, steel plates can go away because I'm not building anything out of steel. I had paint because I was doing a little bit of testing. We can actually paint whatever we want this to be. What do we want? What do we want for paint? Let's see. We don't want medicine cabinet. We could do colored concrete like that. We just painted over concrete. We could do drywall. Gray marble. We could do gray marble, whatever. We can do gray marble for the kitchen floor. There's really not more. I feel like there should be more. Is that the music I'm hearing, or am I hearing something hit? I'm not, like, I'm looking, no zombies? No zombies. Anyways. Wait, hold on. I saw something. Paint surface, spray gun, texture picker. No, okay. Replace paint, copy block, roller. We'll probably do paint all sides. I don't know if we want to paint all sides. Okay, so it highlights that. Good to know. Gravel, flagstone, concrete, broken. We could make concrete that looks like metal. We could have done this with wood too, but I'd rather do it with concrete so it's a little bit sturdier just in case we ever have a situation where zombies come by. I almost said aliens because of XCOM, where zombies come by and hit it a couple times when we're not on a horde night. Anyway, red carpet. Oh, that's the stereotypical, like, kitchen floor tile right there with the coloration of that. Plywood, burnt wood paneling. I don't know. I'll worry about painting later, I suppose. When I could decide to make a damn decision, I suppose. In the meantime, let me continue working on the kitchen how it was. Which, we need to get the regular block for that. So, the game I've been playing so far over the past couple of days. XCOM Enemy Within, which is the DLC for Enemy Unknown. And Dredge, which was kind of a spur of the moment. I just felt like playing a fishing game. Primarily because since we're getting closer and closer to getting more information for Metal Gear 2, but Grand Theft Auto, I was looking up to see if it was like there was any more confirmation on what there would be in the game, specifically if whether or not there would be fishing. and based off of quite a few bits of information, well, it's still not confirmed in quotation marks. It's hold up. There we go. That's what I wanted. The stability. Alright, that'll be fine. Everything here, there were red. That's why I put those pillars there like that, because there was red stability. So here's what the plan is. Obviously, that coloration is not going to be what it is, whatever the coloration is. So this will be like, there'll be stairs leading up to like a flat porch up here, a deck type thing. Be able to walk into the mansion, whatever you want it to be. This room, I don't know what this is going to be room wise. Could be like some sort of an entertainment type thing, or what would be an entertainment room if there wasn't an apocalypse that has occurred. This would be the kitchen. Maybe that'll be the dining area, or what is meant to be the dining area. That, or between the two pillars over here, will be the dining area. No idea what we're going to be doing for back here. I could wall this off. I could wall that off and make it to where this area is only accessible to this direction, which doesn't really necessarily make sense if you're trying to, like, for travel, but that's not really what the intention of this was. I'll make it however I feel later. We'll have to work on the basement a little bit, because I did want a basement, and we'll have to work on roofing this area, which it's looking a little bit unstable over in some of these areas. So with XCOM, that game, as always, has its bullshit moments. No matter how much experience you have in XCOM, you could play nothing but the base game, normal difficulty. Hell, I don't even know how bad it is on easy. I've never really played on easy, but I bet you it's XCOM, so you're still going to experience bullshit. You just can't be helped, because that's what XCOM is. That's XCOM, baby. Given that that's not going to be there, I could get rid of this, at the very least. Wow. It is wild how loud this still is after all that. But yeah, I've been having a really, like, there's a XCOM Enemy Within is weird, because it's got, like, it feels like with the shivs and the seekers and all those different types of enemies, it feels like there's more enemies. There's probably a decent amount of the same types of enemies, but the problem is just the fact that it doesn't feel that way with XCOM, because of how many, like, there are variations of the same thing. An Advent Purifier, yeah, they have different mechanics, but it's Advent, right? Yeah, you have Mutons, Sectoids, Vipers, which used to be Thinmen, so it's technically not different. You know what I mean? It is different, very different, but on a technicality, it isn't. Alright, do we want to do that over here as well? I actually don't really need to do it that aggressively now, because we don't have what the only reason I had that like that was because I thought I needed the walkway up there, but I don't, so I can actually get rid of this, I think. Maybe not get rid of it. Maybe I'll make some weird design. I'll put a concrete ring around this base like this, and I'll make some shaping and make this look interesting later down the line. Mind you, what's really funny is how I'm still planning. I'm planning on top of this because, like I said, this is just a skeleton. we got to flesh it out by painting it and doing some shaping, adding windows actually, because I don't have that dual layer of concrete to worry about, so we can actually put down some damn windows. That's pretty unstable over there, but we're still good. I love how much faster I'm also able to do this based with this grid system that we see, right? Because, like, I'm actually able to look at where I'm placing it and what I'm placing as I do that. What else about? Oh, Exalt. Exalt. I get why Exalt was added into XCOM 2 with mods and stuff like that. Covert actions are very basic. They can get stressful at times if you're not paying attention. There was one bullshit mission I did where I did fuck up a lot on the mission, and it caused 2 people to get dropped. But it was Exalt. Exalt is more dangerous than the aliens currently, it feels like. Which, there is a disassociation for me, because Advent and the aliens go hand in hand, so I don't really view them as different entities. But with the mods that I've added, I kind of view chrysalids as different entities now, which is weird to think about, but I kind of like this idea, like the made-up lore idea that those things are so horrendous, which a part of me feels they've got to be based around, like, I see chrysalids and now I think tyrannids, xenomorphs, you know? They all are fucking terrifying for obvious reasons, to me at least, obvious reasons. Oh, right here. That's what I was missing. Do we do it like this then? Or do we put a whole thing down? I was like, I'm missing something. I need to place this down before I go up there. Anyways, XCOM's XCOM. It is more of the same, basically. Dredge, however. Hold up. I need to kind of be a little bit focused here. Alright. Dredge, however, it's got a very basic mechanic of 22. Wow, did I actually get that perfectly? No fucking way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I did not. It would be over here for perfect. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah. So I have to do one more then. Oh shit, it was right there. It'd be 23 then, right? Yeah, 23. So yep, 9. Okay, we're good. So that will be the second floor. Smile. Anyways, Dredge, it's a very simplistic game in with what its mechanics are, but those mechanics held a lot of weight to what makes the game as good as it is, in my opinion. Right? And I've had a blast and a half with it. Hell, I've enjoyed it so much, I actually have 2 files. I have one which I'm having as the stream file, and another which I'm utilizing as the off-stream gaming file. We've almost beat the game, I feel, like the base game. And when I do that, I'll probably be taking a break from streaming the game. I may play it off stream. We'll see. Basically, I might end up beating the game off stream once, and then that'll be when I stop playing it for a while. Because the next time I end up playing that, it'll be sometime later down the line, and after I've gotten the DLC for Dredge, right? Because the DLCs add quite a bit to the game. There's one DLC that's more of like a, to me, feels like more of just like a flavor thing. The 2 official DLCs that they have actually add new fish and stuff to the game. Fish and stuff. Fish and stuff. Anyway. The base, like, it's literally, you're not even fighting any fish, realistically. Like, there's no risk about losing a fish. But where the risk comes in at is how long it takes you to catch said fish. Mind you, and if you mess up on the mini game, it'll cost you time. And the only way that time progresses is if you yourself are moving via your boat, or if you're interacting with a fish / dredge location, right? It's fun. The story is actually quite interesting. It's got this air of mysteriousness due to the fact that, like, what's the word? Almost Cthulhian feel to it. What do they call that, though? There's a term for it. Eldritch. It's got like this eldritch horror tone to it, right? Which is really what is so interesting about, like, the gameplay itself, for me, is simplistic and fun, but there's a lot to it. Like, each location has different fish, which has different mini games that you can interact with, and it's the same thing. Literally just press a button at a certain time to perform a certain action, be it reeling the fish closer to being caught or picking up dredge items. Dredge items are like materials that you'll use later down the line and whatnot. There's also other mechanics too, like a crabbing mechanic. I like the crabbing mechanic. It's fun. But yeah, before I go too far and start spoiling it, I'd recommend the game. If not for the mini game and the fact that there's fishing added to it, well, not added to it, but it is a fishing game, and the mini games themselves are fun. I'll do that later. It's got a heck of an interesting story, I'd say. Like, I'm intrigued to complete the main objectives to see where the story goes. We need 4. It needs to be 4. And that is perfectly 4 right there. Wait, is there a mechanic? Hold on. Oh, you can do that with these blocks as well. That's pretty cool. Huh. Whatever, doesn't really matter. We need to stabilize that floor a little bit, I think. I wish you could... Wait, can you... If I press Z... No, if I press Z here, do this. What if I press C? No, what if I press X? How did I do that? What? That was weird. I pressed X and moved, and it, like, I gotta be careful doing that. Knock down the whole damn thing. Where's the middle point here? Whoops. So 15. All right. Right here's the middle point. Oh, it rotates on its creation axis. Got it. All right, so. Oh, what are you doing? Okay, so it did something where it ripped out that stuff as well, I guess. Weird. Very weird. So because this is 4, this is then the roof. That's the one downside with how long. I did upgrade block damage. I gotta do one more layer, so I might as well do that now. But yeah, that's what I've been playing so far on stream. Off stream, I've been playing Dwarf Fortress to figure out. Damn it. Actually, you know what? Let's do something like that so we don't have to go to the inventory as often. Anyway, I've been playing Dwarf Fortress and using an app called Perfect Fort DF, which allows you to generate maps for Dwarf Fortress. I've basically been trying to learn how map generation works and how to make alterations here and there to give you the exact map that you want, the perfect map for you as a player for Dwarf Fortress. And I'm basically going to utilize that in order to make like a tutorial series on Dwarf Fortress, which is something I've had an idea to do for a very long time, just never really had an idea of how to even begin it. Did you just... Yeah, you did, you son of a bitch. What's really funny is now I can get quote-unquote risky with things because right there, I think if we do any more than that, it'll be bad. But this is a nice little thing of the big differences between a lot of games that have similar mechanics and stuff like that, right? Where in games like Terraria, Starbound, Minecraft, Dwarf Fortress, definitely. And I'm not sure if anything else. No, RimWorld. RimWorld has a limit. I know RimWorld has a limit on roof sizes. Because if you don't, without mods, you have to use a block in the middle of the building if you actually want to have a roof on a massive building. That much I know. I don't think that you have to have the similar setup for Dwarf Fortress, but I'm not sure. I've not really played it in depth for a long while. And every time I get started, something has interrupted me. So I think this weekend I might get a little bit of Dwarf Fortress in. I've also been playing Enlisted off stream. Been grinding the battle pass for as much as possible as much as possible while I can, because my PC was down for almost a month and I almost missed out on the entirety of the battle pass, which would have been annoying because of the system that I have whenever I grind out free-to-play games. What else did I play off stream? Dredge, second playthrough of that. I haven't made any progress past... Well, I haven't played the off-stream game since I've been playing Dredge on stream. So I've not really made any progress since the last time that I played it, which is about the same time that I stopped on my first day of playing Dredge on stream. Right? I got to basically the same exact point and stopped so I wouldn't accidentally spoil myself on story. Because I like to try to have my raw initial action, like reaction to whatever happens on stream. At least I like to try and have that. I'm trying to think about what else have I played off stream. I was playing War Thunder a lot off stream, but PC went down for about a month and I just haven't been in the mood to do it, because one of the reasons I was in the mood to play was because of how I was keeping up with my login bonus, and when that got interrupted, I was just like, disappointed as fuck.
Instant online offers, CarMax.
Geico makes it easy to get affordable.
But yeah, there's not a lot of games that have similar systems to this where if you build out too far, it'll collapse.
Everything else isn't so fast.
Right? Like, you have to make sure there's a stability to it, or things will not go the way that you would like them to. It's good to know what that is, though, like what the stability level is.
That way, that pile of dirty dishes and the other things you love are covered. Get more with Geico.
If I do, no. I'd have to put, I could put a wall over here for stability purposes, as well as like protection in quotation marks. Plus I could make a room. I think I like that idea. It'll give us stability as well as, I think, look good for what I have planned. It is interesting to think about how much stuff is actually going to have low stability and how long it's going to have that low stability for. I might also decrease the size of the roof here and put another ring around it to do some more shaping, and maybe it'll have like different shaping to whatever I do on the first floor. Because the idea behind this is like probably bedrooms, probably random storage and equipment storage, stuff like that. Guns will probably go up here somewhere, like there'll be a gun room, and then a big ass patio, like an outside deck type thing, right? Maybe something for forging. I know it might not make the most sense to put things in different locations, right? But I'm trying to design and put things in a way that will make sense for me and will look good for me, right? Irregardless of how I have to travel to craft stuff, because like I said, I still have the garages over there. So like, do I want to have a setup where there can be multiple locations for me to do stuff? I don't really like having that. I like having one general area where I do everything, right? So like with Minecraft, I like sped up the build a little bit by entering creative mode, but if I had started with creative mode in Minecraft from the beginning, then I probably would have been a lot more detailed with certain things and how I set certain things up. Because I would have a location, like I had separated all the workstations based off of, I basically made several different villages unintentionally in Minecraft for the kingdom build that we did for the last updated YouTube blog thing. Look at the stability increase right there. That was kind of crazy to watch. It went from like about to fall down to, hey, we're good, just because I placed those blocks there. My question is, I wonder if it'll if it would have mattered. Like, would we have actually needed to place this wall? I want to. I want to place this wall. Because I actually have a good, like, a design in my head now for the rooms that I'm going to have set up. And then we got to make the roof for this location. Look at that stability increase right there. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I plan on, well, off stream, I plan on continuing to play Enlisted, grinding that out, maybe playing a little bit of the new season that's going to be coming out soon. Unless they decide to extend the season a couple of days. I think they already did that, though, luckily, for me. Okay, good. I'm probably going to play more Dwarf Fortress off stream, and maybe some more Dredge, probably, maybe, we'll see. I think Dwarf Fortress might distract me from playing Dredge off stream, but I still have that second save slot just in case. I love how I call it a second save slot. I saved it in save slot 4, just so I wouldn't make any mistakes, while the stream save slot is in save slot 1. Oh, this coming for the game from Epic this week. Mind you, by the time you get this on YouTube, it's already done and over with. But for those that are watching on stream live, the free games for this week: Mortal Shell and a anniversary party favor, which is currently free, for World of Warships, which I believe is a free-to-play combat game. And then next week, which we are going to play this game on stream, Jurassic World Evolution 2. I played Jurassic World Evolution 1, which I also got for free from Epic. So I'm going to play the second one on stream as well. I also do still have Fortnite installed. Nice. Maybe I'll have to load that game up off stream. Anyway. When we get to it, get to talking about Game of Thrones, which we're getting closer to getting to that point. I'll change my title a little bit on the live stream, as well as I mean, there's really not much else to do. I was going to say inform YouTube, but yeah, YouTube will be informed about me talking about Game of Thrones. I'll say I'm talking about Game of Thrones spoilers. Anyways. Not sure what else I'll play off stream, but I'm sure I'll pick a couple of games to play. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I plan on doing, at least for the start of the stream, XCOM Enemy Within. And then we'll spend the rest of that time finishing up Dredge.
Free in-flight Wi-Fi, 15% off all Hilton brands. I never go anywhere without T-Mobile. Same goes from a water bottle to
after we finish up Dredge, I think we'll get ready to start playing Devil May Cry 2. That, or we switch up from Dredge and play Jurassic World Evolution 2. And then when we're done with XCOM, we play Devil May Cry 2. I kind of like that idea now that I say that out loud. Okay, so here's my plan so far for what we have. Right? I kind of want to go over this. But yeah, we'll be doing XCOM and Dredge. When we finish Dredge and XCOM, we'll switch over to start with, probably, Devil May Cry 2. And to wrap up, Jurassic World. But I'll probably do it in a way where I play Jurassic World for a couple of days straight, like for the whole evening, because I do that sometimes when I switch games. I know I did that for quite a few times when it came to Fallout. So the design plan, like I said, we've got our porch over here, which actually works very well to the shape of this building, right? It's a little bit shaped odd, but that's okay to me. We could make like a flat roof here for the second floor deck, but we'll get to that in a moment. Walk in. We might get rid of this bar here, right? Depends on how high the deck needs to be. But we'll walk in, boom. We've got, well, realistically you could walk straight, but more than likely there would be a door here and a door here. Two double-sided doors, so you'll be going here, right? Or you'll be going to the left side. They're not directly centered, unless they are. No, they are directly centered. They are directly centered, even if they don't look like it because of the shape of all the other locations. But they are directly centered. I don't think I want to put any shaping on the kitchen. I'll need to do like a little banner up here so no one would fall down the stairs that way. Oh, that's weird how that looks. Those are the stairs. They show the stability almost like a ramp. And then after you come up here, you'll have a wall over here like this, which will act like a little bit of a barrier. Plus, this will probably be the bedroom area. And this will lead to probably more of an open space here. As unfortunate as that feels, I don't think there's anything that should go down here. And that'll lead to here, which is outside deck area, and that'll lead to the bedrooms, which are over here. Yeah, which are over here. Which is a bit weird for travel, right? Like, we're over encumbered, so we're moving slow, but and over here now you can go to bed, which maybe I should put a doorway over here. Now that I think about it, and then have the wall also cut off up to here. Right? And maybe have a door over here. Maybe have two doors. I'll think about it. Again, right now I'm just kind of doing outline stuff because I like the idea of you come up. Okay, yeah, that's better. In my head, that feels so much better. You come up, you go here to bed. Boom. Or you go around to get outside, or go around to get over to this area. Could have the bedroom be really big. Right, that's the other option. Yeah, okay. I think I might like that, because we'd have... Yeah, okay. And then this would be a separate room as well, which would be blocked off. Like so. Love the stability increase. Absolutely love the stability increase there. I gotta step away for a few moments. Wow, that's jarring. I'm gonna do this and just stand here, since there's nothing else to really be doing. I'm gonna play a couple minutes of ads. Hey, greetings, a good day, Ray. How are you doing today? I'm gonna get myself, I think, a warm tea, and when I come back, we'll continue working on the build and possibly start discussing Game of Thrones from season 1, and then we'll move on to season 2, and then go All right. So how is Quasimorph treating you? Isn't that like a game with tile set style graphics? Or am I thinking of something different? So, I'm going through my head really quickly and thinking if there's anything else I plan on playing. Well, outside, we do have to do Fallout 4 at some point. Right? I don't know if there's a good time at any point in time for me to start playing Fallout 4. Not until after... Until after April 13th, at least. Because I don't want to start that game and get distracted from it. I hate starting... I hate... This, I'm weird like this, but I hate getting distracted from a game. Because it's harder for me to get back into it and play it from when I last played it. Like, a perfect example... I'm going to check that out while I'm saying this. A perfect example is with Dredge. There's a part of me that feels like I'm gonna have to make another playthrough and play that game. Oh, this game. Okay. Yeah. Isn't this... Yeah, okay. Anyway. I lost my train of thought, I think. Oh yeah, getting distracted from the game, Dredge. So, like, I'm gonna take a break from Dredge after I get done with it. And I'm probably gonna have to start another playthrough of that game when I get the DLC. I don't know if I'll probably do it the second playthrough on stream, if I'm being honest. Because, well, I could start at any point from any time. Sometimes it's better for me to do that way. Did what again? Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to talk about for what I plan to play. Oh, the other thing, I'm gonna do more editing. I've done some already, and I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna get done with Neo hopefully this week. But I'm gonna go over. Is there a mod to fix it? There might maybe looking to see if there are mods to fix the issues you have with the UI. I'm gonna change my title. Because we're going to be talking about Game of Thrones show. Season 1 through 7. And I'm basically going to go from what I remember from Season 1 all the way up as I remember it. No mods? Ah, that's a shame.
Just got bigger and better with Aer Lingus flights from Cleveland. Fly non-stop to Dublin from Cleveland and explore connections to over 25 cities across Europe. Get great fares now on airlingus.com.
So the other day I heard about design.com.
That's weird.
Business is overwhelming. Figuring out a logo doesn't have to be.
That automatically puts you on the offensive side instead of the defensive side of things. That is really weird.
It's ridiculously fast. Just type in your business name and boom. It gives you thousands of logo ideas in seconds.
I'm waiting for this section to be over, right? Because
match perfectly with your logo. Honestly, it's free.
Before we start talking about Game of Thrones stuff, again, spoiler alert, because I'm going to start talking about Season 1 going upwards. This is both for you, YouTube, and Twitch watchers. And we're not going to we're pretty much going to go until I'm ready to wrap up. Right? For, not wrap up for the evening, but wrap up with this game at the very least.
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Alright, so, to begin with, Season 1, Episode 1 of Game of Thrones has an opening that got me interested from the beginning. So that's awesome, right? You always hate having a show that doesn't get you into the show until a couple episodes in, but for me, I was pretty much invested into Game of Thrones from Episode 1. I haven't read the books. I have started to look a couple things up about the show itself and have heard some information from the books as a result, but I'll get to that when it's more relevant in all actuality. Anyway, Season 1, Episode 1 starts off right off the rip. You've got you got the Starks, you got the Lannisters that you're being introduced to a little bit at a time, of course. Well, you're introduced to all the Starks right off the rip, including the bastard of Winterfell, which is the name of the hold that the Starks own. Jon Snow. This is one of the things that I know about from looking information up. Snow is the name that they receive when they're bastards, right? Anybody born in the north. People that are born in Dorne, which is south as you can go, as they say in the show. They're called Sand. I think for the Stormlands, the Storm, I don't know what Waters is. Is Waters for like... I know there's Waters, Snow. I think Storm is one, I'm not sure. Anyways, that doesn't really matter. That's not really pertinent to the main thing. The main thing is, we get several things that occur. First thing that occurs is we get a showing of Beyond the Wall. That's how it opens up, Beyond the Wall. Then it goes to the Starks. Which gets you to show, they talk about wildlings. They show a bunch of dismembered corpses in a shape, symbol. Nothing pretty, right? And then it cuts to all those individuals just being gone. As the Night's Watchmen, which is what they are, there's 3 individuals in question. They're doing a ranging beyond the wall, is what they would call it. We'll get more into that later down the line. And they get accosted by something. We're not sure what. But it is like smacked in our face that what we're seeing is the dead bodies of what the first scout from the Night's Watch who saw, like, what they saw. Ooh, that's dangerous right there. Gonna collapse. Okay, so this is barely held up. We'll have to figure out. I keep pressing G instead of H. We'll have to, Alright, so this is a workroom area, so what we could do, I could make the pillar go here and here, like all the way up, basically. I shouldn't do it that way, I should do it like that. Yeah, that's so much faster. There we go. The undead attack, kill the other two, and let the first scout guy who saw the corpses, let them run away. And run away they do. Which is what leads us to the Starks, and them, the males, all going to where they've captured the traitor. That's a little bit pertinent later down the line because this is a more of medieval style, so it's very fucked up and misogynistic and shit like that, to where they had, like, the women are supposed to be ladies and ladies and waiting to get married off, basically, just for alliances and shit like that. It's fucking crazy to think about how shit like that, like, that's how fucking shit was? For real? You know? It's fucked up to think about. Anyway. Back to the show. We get a little bit of a hint at what the dynamic is. Like, how each individual's treated, like, who treats who like what, who some of the characters are. We get introduced to Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon Stark. Jon Snow, which is around the same age as Robb Stark. They're like 17 at the time right now, right? And the younger siblings are like 8, 6 at the youngest. At least I believe that's how they're supposed to be being portrayed. They're supposed to be portrayed as 6-year-olds or what have you. They're probably a couple years older, the actors. Anyway. I'm trying to remember how things go. That's why I'm taking a few moments here, because after they get introduced, because they're outside, Bran's trying to hit the bullseye with a arrow. His older siblings are kind of laughing about it, and Ned, aka Eddard Stark, or Ned Stark, is watching his children below with his wife, Catelyn Stark. Previously, Catelyn Tully. Right? Yeah, Catelyn Tully. Well, we're seeing Jon, Robb, and a third individual that I don't remember if they named them or anybody yet, but I'll get to where I definitely know who the character is later down the line. Anyways, we get introduced to another character who's around the same age as Robb and Jon. So on and so forth, until we get to the point to where they show off the sisters. Sansa, the older sister, and Arya, the younger sister. And we can tell the difference between those two immediately, because Arya ends up running off to pick up her bow and hit the bullseye, and really piss Bran off. Well, Sansa still stays behind and does her embroidery. Then they get the letter to go to the executions. Or actually, they split off and we get to see Catelyn glare at Jon. Because he's the bastard, right? We go to the execution of the deserter from the Night's Watch, who was the scout, the surviving scout from the undead.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a
and then,
but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to...
Hilariously enough, there's a lot. The reason I'm bringing up all this information is because it is pertinent later down the line. At least the show brings it up later down the line during their previously on Game of Thrones, right?
Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability very
Anyway,
see app for details.
After that, new information comes to the Starks about Jon Arryn dying under a sudden illness. And with information that the king is coming down. And the only reason the king could possibly be coming down to Winterfell is to be asking Ned to become his hand, or basically the assistant to the king. The second most powerful person in that show, basically. the Hand of the King, which used to be an individual that went by the name of John Aaron. He's important. You know what? I'm gonna do it the way that will flow better, and I'm gonna talk about shit in jumbled ways. I apologize. I was gonna try and keep it straight, but I can't. I mean, I can, but it's gonna take me forever to get through it to remember this way. So here we go. You've got Robert Aaron, who fostered Ned and... No, not Robert Aaron. Is it Rob? No, it's John Aaron. My apologies. Who's Rob? I might be mixing names up. Anyways, what's wrong? What's the Ray? What's the difference between the defense side and the assault side when you have time? Anyways, John Aaron fostered Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon. That's why I messed it up. Robert Baratheon, which is the current king. He's the king because he did a rebellion against the previous family of the kingdom, who were in charge for like over 300 years or something like that. They're the people who united the previous 7 kingdoms under one banner, the Targaryens. And Robert Baratheon led a rebellion, killing all but 2 of them, which are Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen. Ah, so it's like you're a mercenary, but you'll piss off certain people depending... Okay, that's interesting. This, we do need a roof for, so it doesn't really matter when it comes to what we do exactly for the roof. As long as there's enough support, it's fine. Can you be other stuff outside of a merc? Like, you have to be a merc in that game, right? Or can you be other stuff? Do you have to fight, or is it optional? That's the big one. Not that I wouldn't, but it would be nice to know that there would be something for every play style. So, John Aaron's dead. Died to a sudden sickness. Spoiler alert, like I said, I'm gonna go jumble up fuck all over the place. It wasn't an illness, it was poison. We'll get into that later, though. We don't find out who actually poisoned that motherfucker till way later. We're under the impression that it's the Lannisters, because they're the ones we're introduced to first. We're introduced to Jaime and Cersei Lannister. Cersei Lannister's Robert Baratheon's wife, and Jaime is the twin sibling of Cersei. They're fucking, by the way. They're talking about what John Aaron knew and what he said and all that in order to... Because they don't... If fucking Robert finds out that Jaime and Cersei... If anybody finds out, they're fucked, right? At least for now. When we get to later down the line, when the books no longer come into account, that shit doesn't matter. There's a lot of shit that doesn't matter, that doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things when you really break it down and think about it. Because it just would not work that way. It also doesn't make sense how... I get what the idea is behind it, and I didn't read the book, but for fuck's sake, you had your Game of Thrones when you had the War of the Five Kings, which is what happens when Ned Stark goes down to be the Hand of the King, is a fucking moron, is literally blinded by honor, tries to do the honorable thing, but when you break down the shit that they do, Ned Stark's not nearly as honorable as you'd be led to be believed. We'll get into that way later down the fucking line. For the time being, we go back and forth between these different storylines. We get to see a little bit about the Targaryens and what they're like. Viserys is fucking... He's gained his father's madness, which, when you break down how the Targaryen bloodline is, you can kind of, like... They used to have dragons. They don't anymore. All the dragons are dead. The last dragons died hundreds of years ago, I guess. And it used to be that the Targaryens were dragon riders and all that. Now, the only 2 Targaryens that we know of that exist are over across something called the Narrow Sea, which is in Essos, I think is it. Is that the name of the because we have the Seven Kingdoms, Westeros, which is the main land for the Seven Kingdoms, and then we have Westeros, I believe, which is comprised of Bravos, Bravos, Pentos, other cities, right? Slavery is illegal in the Seven Kingdoms at this point in time, whilst it isn't over across the Narrow Sea. That becomes important because we get introduced to the Dothraki, or at least a part of the Dothraki that exists. We get introduced to Khal Drogo's band of Dothraki, which is 40,000 strong. He's to marry Daenerys Targaryen to give Viserys his army to go and take back the Seven Kingdoms, right? So it would be 40,000. Now, mind you, this is a lot of information. The Lannisters, at one point, at the earliest in the show, had 60,000 men, right? The Starks were able to get 20,000. So we're looking at 80,000 men right now, right? I'm not sure how many thousand there are for, like, the Olenna Tyrell and all them. I don't know how many troops they really had at the beginning. And same for Dorne. I'm not sure how many troops they have. But, mind you, they have the idea that they're going to be getting support from other houses when they come back to Westeros with their army of Dothraki. You got to keep in mind, though, it's been about 17 years since the Targaryens have been in charge. So at this point, for most people, they don't know them, right? They're an invading force. Most people don't even know whether or not Daenerys was born in Westeros. I think this is what I wanted to do. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do, build this pillar here. Kind of going around in circles because I'm focused more on ranting about Game of Thrones than doing this build, but that's probably going to happen for a little while because I have a lot to rant about, and it's not going to be in order. I wanted to do it in order, but I can't do it in order smoothly, and I hate when my talking is jumble-fucked and I'm not able to hold a conversation straight. You know what I mean? Anyway, so we're given all this fucking information early on about who these characters are. We're again, heavy spoiler alerts up to episode 1 of season 8, right? We for years. Now, mind you, I'm thinking of this as like week to week, year after year, because of how the show's releasing. For years, where we think characters are a certain way, we have information about who's who and what's what. And then we find out that you have all these other characters that are not who they were told or are said to be, right? Magic exists in this world. The gods, or at least some sort of power, exists in that world. And it is wicked powerful, right? Of course, you could always have the coincidence type situation. Like, somebody performs an action and something happens and they can equate that action to being what they did, even though it doesn't make sense for that to be the case because things were going to happen that way regardless, right? Like, there's a scene, I don't remember what exact episode it was or what seasons, but we get introduced to Stannis Baratheon, which is the younger brother of Robert, and Renly Baratheon, which is the youngest of the Baratheon brothers. We get introduced to them at different times. Renly before Stannis, I'm not 100% sure, I don't quite remember that far back. Anyway, Stannis has become associated with a individual known as a Red Priestess, who is a priestess of the Lord of Light, which is, as they believe, the only true God. Because the Seven Kingdoms have the seven gods / goddesses, or seven gods: the Stranger, the Mother, I think the Father, and a couple of others that all have a different representation. You also have, like, everybody has their own belief systems, and the old gods, which is more of a northern belief system. A grenade launcher! Let's fucking go! Grenade launchers even the playing field in any video game. Try and change my mind. So, you have all this shit going on, right? All this information we're being given. And we're getting all this information because we're following the perspective, like, several different perspectives for the storyline. Daenerys is to marry Khal Drogo, which the Dothraki are, like, straight up just fucking savages. Horrible, horrible individuals that commit all manner of crimes against humanity that I won't say by word because YouTube and probably Twitch don't like that. I roll my eyes. Anyways, so the Dothraki are fucked up. And Daenerys is getting married to the leader of one of those bands of Dothraki. I brought up that other stuff because the North and the Lannisters, because realistically, if the Dothraki forces were to try and invade, then more than likely, plus you have whatever Baratheon soldiers, right? And we don't know how many men that... 20? Wait, no. We did hear a number, around 30,000, I think. Maybe more, maybe less, maybe 50. So you're looking at over 100,000 soldiers going against 40,000 Dothraki. They're not going to win, obviously, unless you have more troops on the way. And when you find out certain information, yes, they did have more troops on the way because they had alliances in the background, loyalists to House Targaryen that were ready and raring to back the true kings and queens of that place. I will say there's certain things that really piss me off about that show that don't really make sense, because I was talking about Ned's honor, and like we get more information about it later down the line, but Aerys Targaryen, which was the previous... I'm gonna lower this music just a little bit because it's making it harder for me to think, so I'm gonna lower this just a little bit. There we go. So Aerys Targaryen was the previous king. That was the last Targaryen king we had on the throne throughout the show, because Robert currently sits his ass on the throne. Fun fact, I don't know if they explicitly say it in the show, but the only reason that Robert really can sit the throne, and the reason that Stannis and Renly are next in line, is because of the fact that their grandmother was a Targaryen. So they have Targaryen blood in their veins. Now mind you, when Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror first rode his dragons to Westeros and united the Seven Kingdoms with fire and blood, which is the words of the house, which are quite important throughout the series. At one point, Jaime Lannister is the King's Guard to Aerys Targaryen at the end of the tail end of the rebellion, when King's Landing, which is the name where the king for the Seven Kingdoms resides, and was built by Aegon Targaryen. It's wild how the fan art or artists have come together to make a rendition of what the Iron Throne would look like realistically, because the Iron Throne in the show is a handful of swords compared to the amount that it's supposed to be for all of Aegon's fallen forces, right? Anyways, irregardless of that, so Renly, Stannis, those two have a right to the throne, but that's only if the children of Robert Baratheon and Cersei Lannister aren't around or aren't legitimate, which, I mean, like I said earlier, Jaime and fucking Cersei are fucking, so they're not. They're all Jaime's kids, I think. They might be other Lannisters, for all I know, but I don't think a single one is Robert's, which makes them all illegitimate bastards That would make them, I believe, waters. Like it'd be Joffrey, Marcella, and Tommen waters instead of Baratheon. And that would mean that Stannis and Renly, Stannis first, Renly next, right? What am I doing? Fuck. That was not what I was supposed to do. Shit. Wait. Can I do a bigger backpack? You always need a bigger backpack. I don't care what game you're playing, you always need a bigger backpack. What the fuck? So you could rotate? Oh, that's wild. You could rotate. Okay, that's what it's doing. It's rotating everything inside the box. Oh, that's cool. And if I do this, it leaves it as it is. Weird. Weird, but cool. Anyways, I'm mad. I'm very mad that I did that. So we don't know this information until after Ned goes down to King's Landing to become Hand of the King, taking with him Sansa and Arya. Sansa because she wants to marry Joffrey, and the king wants to unite their houses via blood, so offers a betrothal to Joffrey, who is a fucking evil little bastard. In context, evil little bastard. And Sansa wants nothing more than to be queen. Right? So Arya gets dragged down south to King's Landing as a result. Oh, also they all have direwolves, but the direwolves aren't really important in the show. I mean, they do stuff in the show, don't get me wrong, but like, it's been, in context, I think it's been years. If you were to look at like from week to week, year to year, it's been years since we've seen a direwolf. The last direwolf I remember seeing was when Nymeria came back after Arya had to send Nymeria away when they were heading down to King's Landing, and Arya was sparring with wooden swords with some random boy, the butcher's boy. Joffrey wanted to be cute, was being a smartass, got his ass handed to him, or not really got his ass handed to him, but got attacked by Nymeria, which is the direwolf. Understandably so. The butcher boys ran off. Arya threatened Joffrey, then threw the sword in the river, ran off, yada yada yada. Then she sent the wolf away, and Nymeria, Arya's wolf, Lady, Sansa's wolf. I don't remember Robert's. Shaggy Dog was Rickon's. I don't remember Bran's wolf's name. Summer, I think. Anyways, that's relevant because after all that goes down and they get questioned, Sansa lies about what happened, which causes the king to order the death of Lady as punishment for biting Joffrey. So, that was awesome. So no more direwolves for that group that's going down to King's Landing. So where are we? Goes down to King's Landing to investigate Jon Arryn's passing because it didn't make sense for Jon Arryn to become sick and die like that. It really didn't. Not to him. So he decided to go investigate, and my god, it was the dumbest shit. Like, the most obvious investigation that showed off like over 17 or around 17 of Robert Baratheon's bastards, right? I don't know if it was over or around. Regardless, Ned only finds that out until later down the line when Sansa is, because they're about to be leaving or something like that, or something's happening, and then during the investigation there's an argument because Robert wants to send assassins after Daenerys Targaryen, and he will have no part of it, so he throws the hand of the king symbol back at Robert, and then as a result of his investigation, while that's happening, fucking Caitlyn decides to arrest Tyrion Lannister, which is the younger sibling to Jaime and Cersei, and a dwarf. That's important because everybody fucking treats the dwarf horribly, which makes no goddamn sense. It pisses me off. Tyrion's probably my favorite character in the show. And they treat him like dog shit throughout the entire fucking show, it feels like, man. It sucks. Anyway, she decides to arrest him because somebody with a Valyrian steel dagger tried to kill her son Bran, who fell off of a thing, or what didn't fall, was pushed after the assassination attempt, realizes he was pushed, found a blonde hair, and they can't really seem to put together what exactly it is. They can assume it involved the Queen because, or it involved the Lannister because in this world, blood dictates hair coloration, right? So, for example, every single one of Robert's kids have brown hair, blue eyes. Except the heirs to the throne. Later down the line, Joffrey will have all those bastards slaughtered, except one who ends up leaving earlier because the smith sells him to the Night's Watch. Which, it's fucked up. Slavery is illegal, but you sell people anyway. Constantly we see people getting sold in Westeros. And the only person that seemed to have gotten punished for it was, well, not even, they didn't get punished, they ran away, was, Jorah Mormont? Is that his name? I think it's Jorah Mormont was the commander at the Wall, but I'm not 100% sure what Commander Mormont's name was. Anyways. He does the investigation, gets stabbed in the leg by a pike by one of the Lannisters because Jaime got pissed off and confronted Ned for arresting his brother. And then afterwards, the king gets drunk as fuck on a hunt and gets gored by a boar. And that ends up in his death, which this is right before Ned could tell Robert that his kids were bastards, but right after he gets fucked up, right? So he decides, instead of writing what Robert says, he's gonna write in the true heir to the throne. Then, like a fucking dumbass that he is, presents that to the whole group and acts like he's gonna be able to have Stannis become king. Stannis isn't there right now, by the way. He just sent a raven to Stannis to be like, hey, you are the rightful king. I'm gonna go handle things over here. Come take the throne. And it's like, you fucking dumbass. Do you really think they're gonna let you do that? Obviously not, because they arrest his ass immediately. Peter Baelish, that fucking sniveling ass rat bastard motherfucker, took him way too long to fucking die. Chaos is a ladder, and I'm gonna climb it. Fucking idiot. Anyways. So we get all this bullshit. They make a deal where I really can't make that jump because I'm over encumbered. That's kind of funny. They make a deal. Sansa gets coerced into writing letters to have Robert come south to bend the knee to the true king, Joffrey. That ends up leading to war, which, yeah, you've captured half the damn Starks. And then, instead of sending Ned to the wall like you did Jon, because, well, Ned leaves, Jon goes to the wall to join the Night's Watch, which is a lifelong commitment. You're not allowed to father children. You can't leave your post until your death. So he's a 17-year-old, thinks he's a bastard, and is getting sent to the wall. Right? He thinks it's an honorable thing. The wall is where all the fucking criminals get sent, like the worst criminals. And the wall is so bad that there are some criminals that would rather choose for their punishment for the crime that they commit is castration or being sent to the wall. They choose castration over the wall. That should go to show you something right there for the fucking situation, you know? Anyway. Oh. That sucks. Oh, I hate that. Give me that back. So. John's up at the wall, learning to be a man of the Night's Watch. He's being treated like shit by a couple of different individuals. He feels like he's being treated poorly because of the fact that everyone's treating him poorly, and they are. They, like, instead of making him a ranger, they made him a steward. Anyways, so it goes back and forth between John's perspective, the perspective at King's Landing, over across the Narrow Sea, yada yada yada. Yeah, so Ned's supposed to get sent to the Night's Watch as the deal he struck with Cersei, but that doesn't work out because Joffrey has him beheaded right then and there. That leads to war. Because of the fact that Ned and Eddard, it's the same person. I sometimes interchange the names because, anyways, Ned Stark, his death leads to Stannis revealing that Joffrey, Tommen, and Marcella are bastards. Under Joffrey, the entirety of King's Landing is about to go into open revolution, or like revolt, right? It's about to be. And the fact that it doesn't go the way that it normally would is complete and utter bullshit. It's like plot armor bullshit, basically, because there's no way in hell it would get to the point that it got and people would be happy about Joffrey. Anyways, Arya gets taken by an safety when she was there to not witness it but experience the moment. Basically, she gets taken by a dude from the Night's Watch who knows the Stark, so is going to help out and take her to Winterfell. That won't work out because the Lannisters end up showing up looking for that's right, the bastard of Robert that got away. His name is Gendry. Anyway, I'm thinking about, like, story elements and stuff like that, getting my facts straight. So Gendry, Arya, and another individual, Hot Pie, end up basically grouping together as they head north. Arya's pretending to be a boy. The Lannisters capture them and take them to Harrenhal. That's where the head of the Lannister house is, Tywin, currently. Well, not currently, but later down the line, he shows up. He shows up just before Gendry gets tortured to death by the tickler. Anyway. Let me think about the order of operations really quickly about how I'm going to talk about next stuff, because we're still on season 1. We're almost over season 1, because the execution after that of Ned, it kind of goes into season 2, which is where the war starts up. Oh, that's right. Stannis Baratheon is declaring himself the true king to the throne. Renly runs off in order to try to usurp that power from his brother. So you've broken the Stormlands apart in half, ready, right? Nearly Civil War level we're at. Those are the first group. Then you've got Joffrey, who is the next group. That's number 3. The Starks, which are to the north, that's number 4. Trying to think, it gets known as the War of the Five Kings, but I'm trying to remember the 5th king. Anyways, almost immediately Stannis uses black magic to kill Renly, using the Red Witch I talked about earlier, and it's like that kind of, like, I'll be honest, like I said, I'm gonna jump around a lot, I'll be honest, Season 7 was very mediocre to me. I felt it was a very mediocre season. Season 8 has a couple of good episodes, but the grand scheme of things, I honestly don't like the undead aspect of that show. I feel like it takes away so much from what that show is. Mind you, season 6, around that season is when they stopped being able to use the books, because George R.R. Martin was not writing the damn books. So season 6, at the end of it, it kind of falls away from the storyline, and then season 7 and 8, they just kind of make up whatever plot points they got from George R.R. Martin, if he gave them any that they stuck to. I don't know. All I know is I read some information about the differences between the books and the show, and like there are certain characters that the show has killed off that aren't killed off in the books, and certain interactions between certain characters that have not occurred. Like later down the line, around season 6, Arya and Nymeria meet back up, and then Nymeria leaves. Just walks off with her pack of wolves. However, in the books, it's different. I'm not going to say what that is, because I'd honestly recommend reading the books first over the show. That might ruin it for some people who could enjoy the show first, and the books will ruin it. But, you know, that's what you get whenever you have any type of show or movie. Sometimes it's the opposite. The show or the movie would ruin the book, or the book would ruin the show or the movie. I don't think of it like that. I look at it as an alternate official take, because as someone who really enjoys doing writing fan fictions and stuff like that, I might get rid of this centerpiece, I'm not 100% sure. As someone who really likes writing fan fictions and shit like that, getting introduced to a new world like Game of Thrones is glorious, because this is dead center. So give me a moment before I get back onto Game of Thrones to figure this out. So if this is dead center at 17, well, 16, it would be 8 then. So 1, 2, 7, 8. That pillar does not work. I can't put a pillar there. I guess I'll just have to deal with the fact that this is kind of unstable. I cannot reasonably let myself have that. I like the pillars here and here. I like that, right? Kind of feels interesting for the shaping because you come up here, you've got some room to work with over here. It kind of gives shaping to this room. It's a little bit awkward, but I kind of like that awkwardness, right? I know I can move the pillar a little bit back some, but again, I don't really mind. Ugh, that pillar is... This pillar is the way that it is because it has no support. I mean, I don't have to have a roof, I guess. I could keep it like this. Because if I put more up here, it's going to collapse, I feel. Let me just do that. Just do that for now to feel a little bit better. Wait, can I see light through the thing? Probably not. Probably just my eyes messing with me. Well, I could do one for this area. Alright, so. With Game of Thrones, the current standings of where everyone's at, we've got Robb, Stark, I think Caitlyn as well at this point is back. No, I don't think she is actually, because she arrests Tyrion and takes Tyrion to the Vale. Gets them involved in the bullshit. Which is hilarious because... I believe in the movie, or the show, I mean, not the movie, the show, Jaime Lannister sends the assassin after Bran because he was alive after Jaime tossed Bran out the fucking tower when Bran caught... It paralyzes Bran. Anyways, Bran caught Jaime and Cersei fucking, so he does that thinking it'll kill Bran, but it doesn't. So then they sound an assassin while he's still unconscious. But one of my favorite parts in that whole series, I'll say this right here, was when the assassin showed up because Caitlyn was there, right? Caitlyn Stark was there, and she fucking grabbed that fucking Valyrian steel dagger and fucking held on as tight as she could, fought long enough for Summer to come along and chomp that motherfucker. I could probably take this down and put a wall up. I'll have to redesign some of the roof here.
You wish I was a cop. From the director of the Beekeeper. This is human trafficking. You do this, you better go full on.
Is it a grenade?
You ain't a cop. You're working.
I've seen the advertisement for this on YouTube a couple of times now. It's funny to see this advertisement, or not see this advertisement, but hear this advertisement. Anyways, back to Game of Thrones. So, we've kind of established what's going on with the general start of the show. Robert Baratheon and all that. Robert Baratheon's a man whore, fucking everybody and everything that walks on two legs and is fuckable, basically. Meanwhile, his wife is screwing her brother. And we've got the Baratheons wanting to kill each other. We've got the Lannisters wanting to keep on the throne. We've got the Starks wanting to get independence of the North from the thing. Lannisters, Baratheons, Starks. Who's the fifth king? Ah, whatever. Anyways, this is all in. This is what's going on in Westeros. Meanwhile, what we got going on in fucking Westeros is we got Daenerys Targaryen marrying Drogo, becoming pregnant. Those two starting to fall in love. We find out that Jorah Mormont is a spy for Robert Baratheon and was just pardoned for his crime of selling slaves. So he didn't lose his head to Ned Stark when he did so. Right? So he sends his sword to Daenerys Targaryen. Joffrey kicks out Sir Barristan Slemmy, which is like a legendary Kingsguard knight who used to be Kingsguard for Aerys Targaryen, but after Robert's rebellion and Robert killed Rhaegar Targaryen after he kidnapped his betrothal, Lyanna Stark, who is Ned's sister. That's one of the reasons why Robert wanted to unite their families, because they were supposed to be united at an earlier time, but never happened. Because Lyanna never loved Robert. Robert was always a man whore. Everybody wanted Lyanna to marry him. She didn't want that. She fell in love with Prince Rhaegar. They ran away. He set aside his wife, Elia Martell, and married Lyanna Stark. But that becomes relevant fucking near the end of fucking season 6. Or maybe it's the end of season 7. It's whenever Samwell Tarly, who becomes friends with Jon because Samwell gets sent to the Night's Watch by his asshole of a father, who basically said, if you don't go to the Night's Watch, I'm going to kill you. Great parenting. You know? I think it would be better to put a wall up here. Or not really that much of a wall, more of an arch. Right? Something like that. It's a little bit off-center, but it kind of needs to be. Weirdly enough, the pillar does make a good mark, even though I'm going to have to erase the pillar. It does make a good mark. Stannis and the Red Witch use blood magic after mind you, he's married and has a daughter. All the other births were stillborn boys. So Stannis had no heirs to his non-existent throne, right? Anyways, used blood magic to assassinate Renly, which Caitlyn was there in order to try and get an alliance between Renly and herself so they could take out the Lannisters and get the rest of the Starks back. That doesn't work out, so Caitlyn has to leave with one of Renly's newest Kingsguard, a Brienne of Tarth, who is a badass female knight who's not a knight. Again, it's hard. There's a lot of shit to try and keep track of the way that I want to say this, so I got to take a couple moments. We're done with season 1. Season 2, the war, basically, of the Five Kings, which primarily focuses on Robert or Robb Stark and his crusade against the Lannisters, as well as getting more information on Daenerys and her adventures, which Daenerys starts making Drago less of a piece of shit, have his men commit less war crimes or crimes against humanity. She is a kind-hearted individual who's an idiot as well, because she lets a witch work on Drago. She poisons him and then commits a spell to kill the unborn baby in Daenerys. Right? So, that's awesome. That's great. Love that. Now, after that, she's in Qarth. That's where she ends up anyways in Season 2. And goes through a whole adventure herself. Mind you, she burns the witch who killed her baby and her husband. And burns her alive while she also cremates her husband. Brings in the dragon eggs with her. And then comes out of the pyre with 3 fucking baby dragons. Dragons are back, baby. Comet burns after the dragons were born. And that happens during Season 2. I know that much because that's during the war, and there's a conversation about how the small folk, the peasants, whatever they call them in Game of Thrones, where they're talking about how it's a good sign or a bad sign. It means that the young wolf is going to kick ass. It means the young wolf is going to die. It means this, that, and the other. No, what it means is their dragons are back. That's what it means. Anyway. Oh, shit. The war's going strong. They need to go and hit the army at a certain way. So they need to pass a location called the Twins, which is this bridge, this like castle, basically, a castle bridge. And the only way to get past it is if you let Walder Frey. If Walder Frey lets you through. And you need to pay in order for that to happen. And that man charged Catelyn Stark the hand of her eldest son's hand in marriage to one of his daughters. Like, what? Because the Lannisters could have used the bridge to pass north, and he has a duty to his king, and he also has a duty to the Starks, yada yada yada. Those assholes are, but mind you, you could say that, oh, later down the line, Robb doesn't abide by the betrothal. He breaks the betrothal and marries some random person that is a medic type individual, right? And that gives cause for Walder Frey to use the wedding between Edmure Tully and a Frey as a means to assassinate most of the Tullys, most of the Starks, and their bannermen. Theon Greyjoy, who was the other individual who was with them, went with Robb during the war and then convinced him to let him go talk to his father to get his ships. And his father basically was like, no, you are a Greyjoy. You're gonna go be a pirate against the mainland. And he does. He goes to take Winterhold. Does so while Bran, who's woken up, is in his wheelchair. Well, not yet in a wheelchair. That gets made in Season 6. For the time being, he's being carried around by Hodor. Hey, greetings and good day, relatives. warning, I'm going through spoilers sporadically. So I'm spoiling everything between seasons 1 and season 8, episode 1 of Game of Thrones. So if you don't want to be spoiled on that, keep that in mind. If you don't give a shit, stick around, because I'm on season 2 right now. Oh, what'd you do? Keep me informed. I'm excited. And we'll get back to season 2 in a moment. We might not go through and talk about all the seasons, but there will be spoiler talk. I might do this for a couple of weeks. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. A new car! Let's fucking go. That's always awesome when you get one of the big goals. Ooh. Give any information about what it is? Come on, you gotta talk a little bit about your new car. Can't just tell me it's a new car and not inform me of what it is. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Thankfully, it isn't red. Fun fact, red cars increase your insurance premiums because they are statistically in more accidents. Yeah. I think those are the best colors to get for your car, ironically enough. Which, I don't understand how statistically... it could be different. It's been years since I last heard that, mind you. But last time I heard it, it does make sense how a red car would be in more accidents. Wouldn't you think that statistics like that would make there be less red cars, and as a result, that a different, like the more popular paint color would be in more on average car? Like, it just... Yeah, I know, but you think that would change, right? Like, ironically enough, my main colors are red, but I would not have red be the main color on a car for me. I really wouldn't. In video games, I've had some red cars, but IRL, my car color would probably be like a dark forest-like green. Something like that. I really like the color green. My favorite color is gold, though. Maybe purple. I could do purple. I was laughing because of something I thought of. So season 2 and maybe 3? Maybe even season 4, I'm not sure. Those seasons are, like, you want to kill... Oh, internet providers, man. I hate when they fuck you over like that. My current internet provider has been fucking glorious so far. I hope it remains that way, but I've had some issues with IPs before. Fucking assholes. They can be, anyway. But yeah, we've got the adventures of Daenerys on the other side of the Narrow Sea, and her dragons 3, which they get captured by the warlocks of Karth, who also help an individual take over Karth. Daenerys gets her dragons back, and then locks the people who betrayed her in a fucking vault. She then proceeds to go buy a slave army. They're called Unsullied. The Unsullied, I would not want to be an Unsullied. They're like these badass spear troopers, right? They will follow any command, no matter what it is. They will follow that command until they fucking drop and die. That's what an Unsullied do, right? And the reason that is because they're basically tortured into that, and they're also turned into eunuchs, or aka, like, castrated in order to be more efficient killing machines. So, don't want to be an Unsullied. I think what I want to do is I want to have... How do I want to do that for the roof? Hold on, let's get some blocks that are full. And try and figure out what we're going to do for the roof. And I'm going to look through this while I talk about all of them. Screw it, keep it on basic. Anyways, irregardless, there's a lot of stuff in between. There's a lot of like events that work with each other. They're small events, but I can't really think of them all in conjecture, but they work well with each other. Like during the war, when the Lannisters come by and capture the group headed to the wall that contains Gendry, who is the bastard of Robert. So he's basically heir to the Iron Throne right now. Like, he's the legitimate heir. Well, not legitimate. He's an illegitimate heir to the Iron Throne. Stannis wouldn't want to give up that power. Or Renly, but Renly's no longer alive at this point. He was assassinated really early on. Anyways, they get captured, taken to Harrenhal. They also, like, their whole group starts getting torched for information on a group called the Brotherhood. How they know about the Brotherhood makes no sense. But Tywin Lannister, the father to Cersei, Jaime, and Tyrion, shows up and ends up putting them all to work, and Arya ends up becoming his fucking cupbearer. And she learns a lot by just listening into Tywin fucking Lannister and his war plans. She befriends an assassin while she's there and uses that to help her out, which... It's a shame that, like, obviously me as an adult with a thought process that's a bit more in-depth than that of a younger individual's, couldn't think of to name Tywin Lannister. And I bring that up because the assassin said, you took 3 lives from the light of God, I'll give you 3, I'll give you 3 lives, right? That you could command me to take. And he will. And she wasn't able to... What even is that mean? That's like a little cat piece right here. I can use this as a cat piece, for sure. Alright, that works. Anyways, so she names the people that she needs to name in order to get out of there, ends up using the last name to convince him to free her and her friends, like get her out of there by killing the guards. That works. He also reveals to her that he's a faceless man and gives her a coin so she can go down to, if she ever finds herself, Bravosi, show them this coin, and they'll show you the route. They'll take you to where you need to take you.
Achieved itch relief and clear or almost clear skin, and most of those people maintain skin that's still more clear at 1 year with monthly dosing.
Ebglyss, lebrikizumab, LBKZ, a 250 milligram per 2 milliliter injection, is a prescription medicine used to treat adults and children 12 years of age and older who weigh at least 88 pounds or 40 kilograms with moderate to severe eczema, also called atopic dermatitis, that is not well controlled with prescription therapies used on the skin or topicals, or who cannot use topical therapies. Ebglyss can be used with or without topical corticosteroids. Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur.
That's kind of annoying.
If you have new or worsening eye problems, you should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Searching for real relief? Ask your doctor about Ebglyss and visit
Is that
or call 1-800
okay, good.
or 1-800-545-5979.
I'm getting distracted. My apologies. I probably shouldn't really worry about this while I'm talking about the other shit, or wanting to talk about the other shit.
You can count on Credit Karma for a clear view of your finances.
I'm trying to find...
helping you see results so you can keep checking off those financial personal bests and find your way to money. progress never felt
the
so
right
good.
ramp.
Download the Intuit Credit Karma app and start achieving your money goals today. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma.
I guess it would be. I guess this would work. This ramp right here, just the basic ass wedge ramp, would work for the time being for the roof. I'm gonna have to step away here in a moment. Yeah, I think that'll work. I'm gonna play some ads. When I come back, I'll start talking about season 2. I should have talked about it earlier, but I got distracted. I'll place down those squares as I do it. Hopefully I won't mess up. Be back momentarily. Anyways, where I left off, again, I said season 2. I don't know if this is season 2 or not, but this is just how I'm talking about it. So, we left off about how Arya and a group of friends, which is Gendry and Hot Pie, nickname because of the fact that... Hello? Oh, nickname because of the fact that I have no idea what his real name is. Anyway, so they end up on their very merry way, and as they're heading out that way, they finally come across what the Lannisters at Harrenhal were looking for, the Brotherhood. So that's fun. We get to see what they're all about, and they're basically like a, not really Robin Hood, but they're wanting to help out the down and out, and they're wanting to get rid of people that are just absolutely horrendous to the world. People like Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, and stuff like that. We also get a little bit of a look at how some of the magic and how some of the gods of this world work. When eventually Hot Pie leaves the group because they come across a inn, and in the inn he can bake, so the innkeeper takes him in, and Arya and Gendry decide to, well, not really decide to, but they end up sticking with the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood says that they're going to bring Arya back home, but it has to be that one, actually. That one has to be angled, right? Yeah, it has to be double angled and go up like that. Well, this one has to be... Yeah. Alright. Anyway. So, Gendry's deciding to join them, and Arya's wanting to move on. Like, go home. Tries to convince Gendry to go with her back to Winterfell, but he's like, nah. They get distracted by a group and are gonna leave, but Arya decides fuck that and she's out. Mind you, at that point, we've met Sandor Clegane. Like, we know who this is at this point because he's the hound to the Lannisters, basically. Just like how the Mountain, Gregor Clegane, Sir Gregor Clegane, who's a fucking knight, which is absolute bullshit because of how fucked up he is. Anyways. Gregor's the older brother to Sandor. Sandor is the hound working with the Lannisters because of how well they pay. One can only assume. I really like Gregor Clegane. He's another one of my favorite characters of that series. Bit of an idiot, like everybody else, though. At least when he has to be a bit of an idiot, like everybody else. He gets taken by the bandits. Right? The brother... Not bandits. I call them bandits, but they're the Brotherhood. They're not really bandits. He gets taken by the Brotherhood and they sentence him to trial by combat. Which is wild to think about, if you think about it. Oh, that doesn't really work because of that right there. Right? Hold on, how does that look? It works for the corner, but... This. Corner fill. That's what I need. I keep pressing that instead of R. I don't know why. No, because it's like that. That's what that's supposed to be for. Not for an already corner. That's annoying. There we go. Do I like that? Kind of. I kind of like that. Alright. Oh, shit. There we go. So, that's that group. Alright, they got Sander. They're going to do trial by combat to judge whether or not he's guilty of being an awful piece of shit or if he's innocent by just being better than their current leader, which is Barrick. I think Barrick is their name. Anyways, they got an eye patch on. Alright? You find out later why they have an eye patch on and, you know, what all the other scars along their body show. That being, during the trial by combat, he gets cut almost in fucking half like this by Sander Plagan. And then the Red Priest that's with them, Thoros of Myr, I think is, or Mir, or whatever his name is, then he comes in and saves his buddy. Oh, it fills up automatically when you click on it like that. That's pretty neat. I like that. I'm glad they do that. Good going, game. No, I need the auger. Not really so much the chainsaw or that. Or anything else, really. Anyways. What am I looking at? I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's concrete. I know that much. I'll just paint over it, worst case scenario. Whatever. I want to put that back on to see what I'm looking at. I don't like that. I like to see that's stability glue. Anyway. So. Sander's free to go. Arya wants to go home, but the Brotherhood is like, we'll take you, but we got other stuff to do. We're also going to sell Gendry to the Red Witch. Melisandre, or Melisandre, or however you say her name. Melissa, the Red Witch. Anyways, she buys Gendry in order to get blood of a king, because Stannis needs more king's blood in order to have some sort of, like, he needs more blood magic, because there's no way he can act now, considering he tried to assault King's Landing but was unsuccessful. And wait, is that right? No, that's wrong. I don't want to do too high of a roof, so we'll actually do something like this, I think, and then we'll stop here. We'll fill in the rest of this. Hopefully that won't cause any issues. It needs to be too high, though, so let's set this up first. And then I'll fill in around these areas to make sure that the stability remains, if not exactly the same, close to the same. So Arya's pissed off at the Brotherhood, and she decides to run off. But because Sander left, he realizes who that is, and snatches her up so he can sell her off to the Starks. Get some gold so he can head on over to Essos and become a sellsword over there, possibly. That doesn't work out at all. Arya learns quite a bit while riding or traveling with Sander. Stuff that'll be important later down the line. But for the time being, they're traveling as the war goes on and the marriage to Edmure Tully happens in order for Rob to get an alliance, because they ended up, when they went past the twins, they ended up using that as a means to trick Tywin and capture Jaime Lannister, and then all this fucking crazy bullshit happens. Jaime tries to escape. He does that by killing some poor young kid to get the guard to search the place. The guard looks in there. The guard just happens to be a Karstark. He kills him. The Karstark's pissed off and want Jaime's head to roll. But instead what ends up happening is Catelyn decides to release Jaime, so Jaime can go release Arya and Sansa. Only Arya is fucking who knows where to them. We know where she is. She's with... at that point, she was at Harrenhal, I believe? I'm not 100% sure. I don't quite remember. Regardless, she decides to release Jaime after that bullshit, using Brienne of Tarth, who swore herself to Catelyn. Fuck. Who swore her loyalty to Catelyn. After Renly was murdered. And the army that Stannis brought to King's Landing was via the sea. Sir Davos Seaworth, which... another one of my top 3 characters. I have a lot of top 3 characters. Now, one of my favorite characters, Sir Davos Seaworth. Anyways, he's leading the charge on the army. Or against King's Landing, but Tyrion, who's currently the Hand of the King in the stead of Tywin Lannister, uses wildfire and fucking destroys most of the army. That's how the Brotherhood get a hold of Sandor Clegane, because he abandons his post when during the war the fear of fire overwhelms him, so he's like, I'm out. The king, Joffrey, at this point, decides to run away like the coward that he is and hide himself in his room while everybody else takes care of the army, leaving the half-man / dwarf Tyrion Lannister to embolden the army and go out to save the day. He does do a pretty good job of killing all who, are currently there. It doesn't really last. One of the Lannister guards that are there tries to kill him under the orders of either Joffrey, Cersei, I'm not sure. Probably Cersei. Tries to have him killed during that battle. It doesn't succeed. He gets a wicked scar across his face as a result, though. During this time, because his father was an asshole and kept sending him onto the front line. Sent him on the front lines like one time to try and get killed, but that didn't work out. So he ended up coming across a escort, let's say. She's a whore and he ends up falling in love with, which, again, one of the things about the writers, all the writers treating Tyrion Lannister like shit upsets me. I like him. He's an entertaining character. Anyways. So he's been the acting hand until Tywin comes in to save the day when after they push back the first group, another group comes along. So Tywin and his group, which has Loras Tyrell, to get revenge on Stannis. Loras is working with the Lannisters. Loras Tyrell was in love with Renly. Forgot to mention that, yeah. Renly was gay, and as a result, when he married Marjorie Tyrell for the alliance to get the Tyrell forces, wasn't able to consummate the marriage. And one of the reasons why I think Renly did what he did was because Loras was there whispering about how much of a awesome king Renly would be, and gave the idea for Renly to potentially cause a civil war against his own damn brother. And then his brother used blood magic to send in a shadow baby that was made between him and Miscelandry after Renly, which I still can't get over. So, Stannis, to prove a point, Melisandre has Stannis burn leeches that contain the blood of a king, which just so happens to be Gendry's blood, and say the names of those who he wants dead. So he says the usurper Balon Greyjoy, the usurper Joffrey, I don't know if he says Baratheon or Lannister, and he says Robert Stark, the usurper Robert Stark, right? Robert dies second in this. Balon dies third. And the first to die here is Joffrey. And now it makes entire sense why these people die. Not because you fucking burned leeches, but because of the situations they ended up being in, whether or not they put themselves in there or helped put themselves in those situations, or because of the bullshit dishonorableness of the people involved, or whatever. But, because Renly dies, Marjorie's gets married off to Joffrey, because the idea was that Renly would be able to take over and be the king, right? Instead, so that would make Marjorie Tyrell the queen. Instead, she ends up marrying Joffrey to be the queen. Now, mind you, some of this stuff sounds weird. That it makes sense when you consider the fact that the name of the game, Game of Thrones, is literally all, like, that's what they want. 99% of the people that are in that want the throne because they want to be king, which makes no fucking sense and all. If you really fucking think about it, it makes not a lick of sense that everybody's over here wanting to get on the throne. Especially considering how that shit works. You're not gonna, like, fucking Baelish? You can't. Fuck off. Hell, there was even one point where they had the eunuch, Varys, or however the hell you say his name, the spy master, who's like, I kind of like his character, even though I think he's a piece of shit. Like, he's up there on my list, even though I would not be that bothered if he ended up getting obliterated by the story writers and fucking ends up dying. I'd be like, that sucks, but I get why. He's a fucking... He's known as the Spider. So, keep that in mind. Anyways. He even alluded to, like, wanting the throne. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. We're not going to do what I thought we were going to do. We're really going to just have, like, a fairly flat roof. Okay, I'm glad to see that it doesn't seem like the stability is going down at all. Which means building up doesn't affect stability. I believe. Yeah, building up doesn't affect stability within reason. Obviously, stability would get affected if something down there gets fucked up. Also, if this gets destroyed, it should still be fine. This section would have to get destroyed for that to collapse. So, Joffrey, the piece of shit that he is, like, I'm talking, he, like, has people beat for him. He's just awful piece of shit. Sansa's been a prisoner the entire time. He marries Sansa off to Tyrion at some point. Because oh, funny joke. Fuck him. Also, I realized that I've built too high up here. But yeah, there was like some fuck. Like, he brought Sansa to the showing where they showed the heads of traitors and stuff like that on pikes, and he made her stare at her father's head. So there was that. Yeah. So Arya and Sandor Clegane are headed towards the wedding, which is taking place between Edmure Tully and Walder Frey's daughter. I don't remember her name, but that's what's going on. What they end up going to is the middle of what gets known as the Wed Wedding, where the Starks are betrayed. And it really is. Even though Robert broke the betrothal, the fact that Walder went straight up to fucking murder and assassination and shit like that is, like, it's fucked, right? So, the rat that Walder Frey is kills them all. Including, but not limited to, his wife and unborn baby. Has one of his oldest sons stab Robert's wife in the stomach multiple times while she's pregnant. So, yeah. There's that. Mind you, he needed to get that army. I interrupted myself. Because of Jaime killing the Karstark dude and being freed, he got pissed off and killed the Lannister prisoners they had, which made no sense because they were two boys that had nothing to do with anything. And as a result, Robert then executed the Karstark, which makes sense, but was a stupid decision. Probably should have given him the black, if nothing else. But they cut his head off, which then had half of his army abandon him, which made him need to go crawling back to Walder Frey. And of course that didn't work out how he thought he would, because he broke the betrothal. There shouldn't have been a betrothal in the first place, because it's ridiculous to think about the fact that's across the bridge. You have to marry. You have to, because of the way it worked, it would have made a son of Walder Frey, a grandson of Walder Frey's, I should say. That's more in line with what it is. Heir to Winterhold and Warden of the North, right? There's like instead of kings, they're wardens, because the Starks used to be king of the North, just like I think maybe it was, I don't know if it was the Baratheons or someone else that were the wardens of the Stormlands or whatever, right? You have whatever Dorne is classified as being the wardens of the South, I don't know. Anyway. Riverlands, that's what the Tullys are the wardens of, the Riverlands. Lysa Arryn was married to Jon Arryn before he died to the illness, which was poison. The Lannisters were blamed for that poison. Also, the Lannisters were blamed for the dagger, for the assassination, even though the dagger, you find out way later down the line, actually belongs to Peter Baelish. Again, you find that way later down the line, you find that out. Even though he says that that dagger belongs to Tyrion Lannister. Like, come on. It seems like what happened is Jaime talked to Baelish, and Baelish hired somebody to assassinate Bran, but because of how Baelish literally views chaos as a ladder to climb power, he set things up in a way to where he could stir shit up. Like, basically, the whole reason the War of the Five Kings began is because of Peter Baelish's machinations, his plots, and his schemes. I do not know why that's painted like that, but I'm gonna have to paint the outside. Okay, hold on. I like that. I like the look of it. It pleases me greatly. Pleases me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is good. I'm liking this a lot. I'm also trying to think about what else to discuss revolving around. We'll probably, like I said, we probably talk about stuff from other seasons as well, but I'm kind of like melding them together a bit. I'm trying to go from early on and move on from that point. Oh, I talked about earlier about the execution when Ned Stark killed the person who left the Night's Watch, the deserter to the Night's Watch. During the episode where he got, or episode after that, or something like that, they had a lot of alliteration and allusion, shit like that, to him getting his own cut off, his own head cut off. Like they went back and forth between that for the next season or whatever. Like previously, last season, this is what happened. Why is that the way that is? I wonder. Because of materials, I clicked over. Whatever, not a big deal. So. So hilariously enough, I think I'll make this out of concrete instead of metal. But I'm gonna have to do it a certain type of way, I think. Or I could just make it a square block and just say screw it. I'm thinking like this. Anyway, so Arya gets to show up there and get to see her brother's body with his direwolf head attached to said body at the wed wedding. That's great. And then Sandor decides to take her to Lysa Arryn, which is her aunt, to sell Arya to her. So they're headed that way, whilst after, you know, the wedding to Marjorie Tyrell, which Joffrey and Marjorie Tyrell didn't end up getting married because, you know, Joffrey came down with a serious case of the Strangler poisoning. Courtesy of Olenna Tyrell and the unknowing Sansa Stark. The poison was smuggled into the wedding via the Fool that we don't really hear about but one time when he shows up and Joffrey's gonna have him drink to death on his wedding day, and Sansa's like, you can't, it's bad luck to kill someone on your wedding day. So he turns him into his fool, and that pisses him off enough to where he's willing to help smuggle poison into the wedding to get Joffrey Baratheon killed. When he dies, the Fool immediately gets Sansa and is like, come on, we have to go now. Leads her to the hidden docks, which we see later down the line when an individual who Tyrion Lannister ends up picking up when he's imprisoned at the Riverlands by Lisa Arryn and Caitlin Tully. He gets, like, trial by combat. No one wants to no one wants to fight for Tyrion Lannister. Except Bronn, who's like, yeah, I know you always pay your debts, and you'll get me what I'm owed. He wants a castle at the end of the day. Understandable. I need to get this at least as high as this is. Question. Is this stability horrible right now? It is. And it is now no longer horrible. Alright. So this will be the ceiling height then, in that case. And that will turn into stairs over here, I think. It's interesting that the stability doesn't, like, it works. The stability works interestingly in this game. I get how it works, but it interests me. And why it doesn't work a different way. Anyway. So, the Fool leads... Now, here's my question to this. Oh. Oh, nails. I'm like, what? Oh, it's steel, not iron, idiot. There we go. I love how I looked at that, clicked on it, and didn't fucking place it where I needed to. Okay, so it can be just completely flat. Not that we really need to do that completely flat like that, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, motherfucker, I didn't realize I was using that. So the Fool leads Sansa Stark to a ship which is currently being commanded, or whatever, by Peter Baelish. Peter Baelish leads her to Lysa Arryn, which we find out at this point is where we find out how Peter Baelish has been sleeping with Lysa Arryn, or Lisa Arryn, or whatever her name is. She's fucking batshit insane, by the way. This is later. This is like season 4 now that I'm thinking about it. I kind of skipped over. There's like I condensed down a lot of seasons 2 and 3 because they encapsulate a lot of the war and like events about what the Dothraki are up to and stuff like that. Then we have season 4, which is I think where we have Arya escaping capture and stuff like that. I think, and being led around the north. Basically, or not the north, but different locations of Westeros by Sandor Clegane so he can get fucking paid. Anyway. He brings her to the aunt, and, well, he tries to seduce Sansa, because he's always loved the mother, but the mother died during the wedding, and now he wants to marry Sansa Stark because apparently she looks very similar to Caitlyn. Like I said, Peter Baelish is a piece of shit, like, fucked up individual. He loves her, wants to marry her, but he ends up selling her to the Boltons, who are a big part of the betrayers of the Starks, and who are now the Wardens of the North instead of the Starks, because when Theon Greyjoy went to take Winterhold, he claimed to have taken the lives of Bran and Rickon Stark, but instead what he did is he let his Greyjoy compatriots kill 2 random farm boys, and burn their corpses and made it like they were the Starks instead. To I don't know what. But he ends up getting captured by the Boltons and tortured to breaking. But yeah, Theon Greyjoy. Aggravating piece of shit that they've like tried to have this weird, at this point in time, redemption arc for him, and it like I don't give a shit because he's a piece of shit, right? Like I do not give a fuck about Theon Greyjoy at this point, just like I don't give a fuck about half the characters because of the way they presented a lot of them, right? Like if anything happens to Jaime Lannister, I won't give a shit. If anything happens to most, like Sandor would upset me, but I don't see him living at the end of this series. Tyrion, I want to see survive. That's the question. I could do it like that instead. And have... I think I like that. I'll have to have a door somewhere over here. While that's going on, Brienne of Tarth is leading Jaime to King's Landing, but gets basically Bolton men find them and decide that they're going to take Jaime and Brienne of Tarth. Jaime's able to convince them not to do harm to Brienne of Tarth, at least for the time being. He ends up getting his hand cut off because of his smart mouth. And I don't feel any remorse for that. Did it piss you off too much? I understand that completely when I get to a point in the game where it's aggravated me to the point to where it's like, alright, I'm done with you for now. They end up getting taken all the way back to the north. One of the... I don't know if they get taken to the Bolton's hold. Oh. I bet it does. That kind of sucks that it does, though. That would be overpowered if it didn't, I bet. Anyway. He ends up saving... Oh, it's funny. Me and my mother noticed this. My dad noticed it after watching it for the second time. But, when they start to take Jamie back to King's Landing for ransom or whatever they're doing, they keep Brianna of Tarth, and because he didn't have the right offer, he was going to offer 300 gold dragons, but they didn't care about 300 gold dragons. They were going to just say fuck it, and appreciate the lurk, Ray. They were going to say fuck it and use Brianna as entertainment, so they threw her in a fighting arena with a fucking bear, causing Jaime Lannister to jump in to save himself and her. Which, as he's climbing his way back up the arena walls, you can see he has two hands to hold himself and carry and pick himself up. I mean, I get why, but it's fun to see those little fuck-ups in shows and stuff like that. So, Jaime Lannister with one hand saves himself and Brianna of Tarth. He ends up making his way, or getting his way, back to King's Landing, and Brianna is going to go on her, follow him. That following of him actually leads to her getting a hold of a Valyrian steel blade that was reforged from Ned Stark's blade. This is after the death of all the other Starks, as we know of, because Bran and Rickon, we don't really, the world doesn't find out that they're alive as a whole till later down the line, which, the way that they have news travel in that world is kind of annoying. Certain characters will find out certain information weeks after it happens, and it's like, alright, really? Your spy network's that good? Fuck off. I don't know why I'm gonna do that, but whatever, I guess I will stick with it.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm personal price plan. It's like,
so that's not gonna have a roof. It's... well, it might have a roof.
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'll have to think about it. Anyway. This is, like I said, I'm jumping around. That's going on while the events of, just before the events of the wedding. I have to say it like that because if I say it faster, my little speech impediment with R's will kick in. My words will slur together a little bit. R's and W's fuck me up. Anyway. So Brianna follows Jaime to King's Landing. He gets there. He gets decked out. Gives her a set of armor and the Valyrian steel sword. The other Valyrian steel sword is supposed to go to Joffrey. And then she goes on her way to find Sansa and Arya Stark, because the wedding has occurred at that point, and she no longer is beholden to her vows to Catelyn, as Jaime says. But she's like, the honorable thing to do would be to find the daughters. So that's what I'm going to do. And she goes out and finds Arya, who ends up getting there after Arya and Sandor do, to the Vale. Is it the Vale? The Knights of the Vale. Yeah, the Vale, which is aka the Riverlands. Anyways, she shows up after they do. They show up just in time to find out that her aunt 3 days ago committed suicide. Or she's dead, but I don't think they tell her that. So now Sandor has nobody that he knows of to sell Arya to. Arya laughs her ass off when she hears that, not because she finds it funny that her aunt's dead, but because she finds it hilarious that Sandor every single time he gets to the point to where he can sell Arya, and it might sound harsh, but he's like, it's like almost a ransom type thing of like, hey, I saved her, brought her here, give me money. That's what it is what he's trying to do. It doesn't work out that way, of course, because after that, he confronts Brianna of Tarth. They have an argument, and for some stupid fucking reason, they decide to fight each other, which makes not a lick of sense at all. It's like, why are you fighting? You're both fighting for the same thing, you fucking idiots. That to me was literal just story bullshit. Right? Alright, so in that case, how do I want to do that? I'm not sure how I want to do this, but I want there to be stairs somewhere. Actually, take this off. So they fight. Brianna of Tarth wins. Arya hides and then runs off. Finds a ship to try and sail to the Wall. She ends up finding a Bravosi salesman who's headed back to home, Bravos. So she hands him the coin, and he's like, his whole attitude changes, and he's like, "Holy shit! All right, I will serve." And she's like, "What?" And he brings her to the House of Black and White, which we'll get into more for like season 5, 6. Like, we go over the House of Black and White more those seasons than others. We want 2. I think 2 will be perfectly fine. So we'll have the stairs go like that. In order for them to actually go that way, we need to knock this down. What's really funny is, it would actually be better, I think. Do I have stairs on me? I do. Awesome. Beautiful. Love to see it. What the hell did it do that for? So, Brianna and Sander fight. Brianna wins. Sander, if I said something else, I didn't mean to. Arya runs off to go to Bravos for the House of Black and White. She thinks, I believe, her whole family's dead at that point, except for Jon and Sansa. She doesn't, like, she can't really worry about, or I don't know what exactly is, like, Sansa's on her own in her head, I'm not sure. But the only other family she has is outside of Sansa. She can't go to Sansa, was Jon. And she ended up, her path took her elsewhere. Meanwhile, while that's going on, there's shit going down at the Wall and beyond the Wall. They find out the undead's real, and they go to investigate. They end up going to a location called Craster's Keep, who's Craster's in charge of. Fun fact, Craster's the biggest piece of shit. One of the biggest pieces of shit. Maybe the biggest. Of that world, considering he's, you know, marrying his own daughters, and any males that get born, he sends them out to give to the White Walkers, who then will turn those babies into generals, basically. So, that's nice. We find out about that much later down the line, though. We also find out who originally created the White Walkers, but I really don't care for the undead and the White Walkers. It, like, a ramp would be better here.
Get offers on select models at the Invitation to Lexus sales event. Now through March 31st. Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Right now at Domino's, get unlimited menu price pizzas for 50%
There we go.
off when you order online. But for this week only.
So, they go to Crasher's Keep to act as like an outpost so they can head on farther down to the Fist of the First Men. Whilst there, they get assaulted by the undead and are basically forced to GTFO. Why'd I do that? Because it's the wrong thing.
Cars.com has over 2 million cars.
Maybe a different shape? I'm not 100% sure what I want to do for this yet, though.
For your new city job, there's a sleek German car for that. Want to be an off-the-grid explorer? There's a 4-wheel drive car for that. Or would you rather be king of the carpool, chauffeuring 7 rambunctious little leaguers to post-game?
Yeah, sure. We'll try this out and see what it's like. After they get attacked by the undead, they end up capturing a wildling, but then on their way to bring the wildling to the main group, he's to kill them but doesn't, so he chases her down, ends up getting captured as a result alongside the other group that went to go look for John after he didn't show up. He basically pretends to be a wildling, aka a free folk, for a while in order to get information. Does that and then returns back to the wall, but not before the person he ends up falling in love with, Egret, puts a couple of arrows into him, and because of story elements, if she wanted him dead, he'd be dead because of how accurate she is with an arrow. Which is bullshit if you think about it, because a lot of the time you get hit by an arrow, it's a bad spot, you're fucking dead. Like, even if it isn't a bad spot, you have a chance of dying. Especially back then. Well, this might be a little bit problematic here. Anyways, the undead, we're dealing with that in the north right now. Nobody else knows about it except the, do I want it to be like that? No, I don't. I want it to be like this. Except the Watchers and the Free Folk. The main reason that they're the Free Folk, aka the Wildlings, which I can't feel bad for. Like, I don't like any of the Wildlings. They try to make you like one of the characters, but it's like they've literally slaughtered innocents for no other reason. Like, what? What? Whatever. That's all I can say there is whatever. Anyway. That's not what I intended to do. Well, all this shit's going on. That shit's going up north. When the other group comes back from Crasher's Keep while John's with the Wildlings, there's a mutiny that occurs. And half the group that went with Commander Mormont betrays him, stabs him in the back, he ends up dying, and the other half ends up dying to the others or running away, like Samwell Tarly. That's the name, Sam. That's the name of the Tarly whose father sent him to the wall to become a member of the Night's Watch. I messed up when I dug these. So there's that group of night watchmen who have taken over Crasher's Keep. Samuel ended up catching the fancying one of the Craster's daughters, Gilly, and ends up taking Gilly with him and her newborn baby boy, who ends up getting called Little Sam. So they're behind the wall on a grand old adventure that ends with Samuel ended up killing one of the White Walkers with a bit of obsidian, aka dragon glass in that world. Which there's some shit later on that starts happening that I really start to bitch about. Like my rant, I've been like trying not to rant about too many big spoiler things. I almost started to, but I want to keep that held back for now. Because I want to try and get as much of the pertinent information out of the way before I go off and start dropping information. While that's all going on, Daenerys Targaryen's dealing with the shit over there. Her brother's been killed by Drago because the brother threatened her and an unborn baby. This was before the witch got involved and fucked all that shit up. After that, she's on her grand old adventure, hatches her dragons, and now she's gaining a power base over in Essos, which involves her acting like she's going to sell one of her dragons to a wise master who's a slave owner for 8,000 Unsullied. She ends up having that dragon burn dude and the Unsullied betraying the wise masters. And then she starts becoming the queen of Essos, basically. But she really ends up becoming the queen of Marine. There's a whole bunch of bullshit that happens down there. Yada, yada, yada. It's like, to the grand scheme of things, it's not really that relevant when you think about it, due to the fact that after everything's said and done, she heads over to Westeros to take over the Seven Kingdoms with her and her dragons, but she'll end up getting involved with the undead, of course, which again, the undead takes so much away from it for me. Before she ends up sailing across the Narrow Sea to take over her land, she'll end up getting Dragonstone first. She lands on Dragonstone when it's all said and done, and after a grand old adventure. And because Khal Drogo died, all the other Dothraki that followed him left, and she was supposed to head on over to where the Dothraki holy place, where no blood is supposed to be shed there. And because she's a Targaryen, a true Targaryen, and cannot burn, I believe it has something to do with worthiness. Like, if you're a worthy Targaryen, you don't catch fire or something like that. I don't know. All I know is fire cannot burn Daenerys Targaryen. So, after a grand old adventure with her and her dragons, the first time she takes flight on a dragon, she ends up getting taken back to that location with the other Dothraki. And then she burns all the other Carls and takes over the Dothraki, which probably more than 40,000 were there. And her, Dothraki, and the Unsullied get their ships and they sail over to Westeros, starting with Dragonstone. We'll pause that side of things over there and go back over to Westeros, which is now, like, the Lannisters went from having 60,000 men to near the tail end, they have, like, 10,000 men, 12,000 men or something like that. It's insane how many men they end up losing over the years of war that occur. For some of the stupidest reasons these wars occur, by the way. Eventually, Sir Davos will take Gendry and has Gendry leave while he stays behind. Convinces dude to let him try and get mercenaries. They end up heading towards the north to go to the wall to get an alliance or something. I don't know exactly why they head towards the wall, but they end up going to the wall for one reason. Oh, because they need to get the North as allies, and the Boltons are working with the Lannisters, so he wants to go to Jon to get Jon to become the Lord of Winterfell, basically.
Cars for every possible you. Want to be a stylish professional for your new city job? There's a sleek German car for that. Want to be an off-the-grid explorer? There's a four-wheel
And as a result, they're able to save Jon from after, you know, after the Free Folk and he goes back to the wall. They want to take over the wall or go past the wall because the undead are on the way, and there's a big old battle that occurs, which the battle was a little bit ridiculous if you think about it in the grand scheme of things. Irregardless of any of that, though, Stannis shows up, captures the wildlings, makes the leader of the wildlings an offer that he refuses, and as a result will get burned alive, but Jon will put him out of his misery. Burned alive because the Red Witch and her whisperings into Stannis' ear had him thinking he was the chosen, the prince that was promised, and he'll fucking save the world, come out victorious at all times, yada yada yada. Doesn't work out that way because he ends up burning his daughter alive, his wife kills herself as a result, and the army abandons him. So when he does go to attack the Boltons, he ends up getting absolutely trounced and gets his head cut off by none other than Brienne of Tarth, who vowed she would get her revenge for Renly Baratheon. Fuck. So that's where we're at there. While that's going down, Jon's getting stabbed to death for letting the wildlings cross the other side because he made a deal after the war to no more bloodshed, right? So his loyal compatriots, some of the people who were treating him like shit since the beginning, and his steward betrayed him, stabbed him, killed him. He gets revived by the Red Witch later down the line. The wildlings, Jon's buddies and Sir Davos, because Stannis sends Sir Davos before he fucking burns his daughter alive, which is fucking, ugh. Anyway, he sends Sir Davos away because Sir Davos would not have allowed that to fly at all. He would have got himself killed to prevent that. So he sends Sir Davos to go get supplies, and that's when he shows up to find out Jon's been murdered. So he shores up with the rest of Jon's friends and has one of them go to the wildlings, try and get them to help. They will, eventually. I need to make, like, a roof connection here. I'm debating on what exactly we want to do for a roof shape here and how we need to do it. Something like this. Something simple like that, I think. We'll have to make this... Have to use one of those other corner pieces that will fill it in. the same for there for when we do the roof over here. It'll probably be short roofs like that, just for like what have you. Anyways, where are we at? So Stannis is dead at this point. Jon's dead and is about to be brought back to life when the Red Witch slowly makes her way back to the north after Stannis gets absolutely demolished by the Boltons and his remaining forces. The Boltons are cementing their hold over the north. After Jon's death, he'll eventually be convinced, basically, to finally go take back. Well, he gets convinced when Sansa finally is able to escape the Boltons with the help of fucking Theon Greyjoy, who's been fucking tortured the entire time and is basically basically Ramsay, Ramsay Bolton's little slave follower. Anyways, Sansa and Theon escape, and that's when Brienne shows up to save Sansa. There's a lot of other side characters I've not mentioned yet, a lot of other characters I've not mentioned, because after the assassination of Joffrey, which was by the Strangler, the cupbearer, who was Tyrion, got blamed. He didn't do it, but he got blamed for it. Sansa leaving like that helped cement the fact that he was guilty. He demanded a trial by combat. Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, he's a badass warrior, yada yada yada. It's bullshit what happened here, though. Gregor Clegane is to fight him to the death, or a representative of his. And it just so happens that the Prince of Dorne was up there to try and get revenge for the deaths of his sister, Elia Martell, and his niece and nephew, Aegon Targaryen, the fifth of his name or some bullshit like that, and Rhaenys Targaryen, who died during the sacking of King's Landing 17 or so, more than 17 years ago at that point, via Robert Baratheon. Gregor Clegane and Armory Locke were involved in that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. The Armory Locke thing, I think I've heard about from the book. Like, I didn't read the book, but I read about it, and in the show, it's just Gregor Clegane that was involved with it. Anyways, so the Prince of Dorne wants revenge, so he's gonna fight for Tyrion to kill the Mountain, but he plays with the Mountain. It's stupid what he does, like, yeah, don't get me wrong, but the fact that he's able to, with venom on his spear, stab the Mountain, and the Mountain not only lives, but is able to be necromanced back alive by a maester called Corborn, or whatever the fuck his name is. I'm okay with him. I'm more okay with him than some of the other characters, even though you can tell he's fucked up. He's just a scientist. Like, he's a mad scientist, basically. I'm more okay with his presence than any others. But yeah, anyways. That happens. Varys, the spider, is able to help him escape. But before he makes do with his escape, he actually heads back to his father's chambers, which used to be his chambers, to find the woman who during his trial, before he demanded a trial by combat, came up there and lied about how she overheard him and Sansa discuss how they were going to poison Joffrey and how horrible it was and how everybody was acting. It's like, nobody fucking loved Joffrey. Get the fuck over it, first of all. Second of all, no. Third of all, that fucking sucks that the person that's what got Tyrion to decide to, instead of take the deal, demand trial by combat.
And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Domino's, Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local.
Anyways.
So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats.
His love, he finds her in the bed of Tywin, and she goes for a knife, which causes him to have to fight for his life and ends up killing her. Then he takes... This bow gets brought up really early on. It's given to Joffrey as like a gift for his coronation or something like that. Or it's given to him as a prototype bow. It's a crossbow that's easy to reload. And Tyrion uses that bow to kill Tywin Lannister, his father, well, he's on the shitter, thus making him a kinslayer, and in the eyes of the North, to be cursed. Right? That's what it is like to be a kinslayer, is to be cursed. I don't know if that's actually accurate, but given the fact that magic is real and all that, I'm liable to believe that's a possibility. Anyways, as a result, he then continues to get smuggled out of King's Landing with the help of the Spider. The Spider, when he hears the bells, realizes Tyrion did some fucked up shit and decides to go with him because he has no other options. I might need to make some slight adjustments to this. Like, take this part away and leave this open like this. Right, take this away and leave the rest open. Maybe. Not sure yet. But it's coming along. It's coming along great. So that happens earlier before all that. When Sir Barristan Selmy, I didn't mention him because before Daenerys Targaryen goes to Dragonstone, he ends up going to her when he gets kicked off of the King's Guard by Joffrey. Ends up getting a note and finds out that Jorah Mormont is a rat, but he hasn't been a rat, so Daenerys orders him to leave. He sees Tyrion after the smuggling, takes Tyrion and is going to bring Tyrion to Daenerys as a present so he could get back in her good graces and become part of her group again. That doesn't happen until, you know, after he saves her a couple of times and contracts grayscale, which is a touch-contracted disease that has no known cure. There is a way to get rid of it, but it's very dangerous to do it. And the person that ends up doing it is Samwell Tarly, when before he ends up getting killed by the betrayers of the Night's Watch, Jon sends Samwell and Gilly and Little Sam to the Citadel, which is the biggest library ever, in order to find out more information about how to do things and help against the White Walkers. Fun fact, when Stannis Baratheon was up at the wall, he was talking to Samwell and mentioned how there's a mountain of dragon glass, obsidian, in Dragonstone. Sam happened to not remember that, though, up until he read about it again in fucking a book at the Citadel in order for him to send the Raven and be like, oh, we can go to Dragonstone. Of course, by that point, they actually get the Dragonstone. Daenerys Targaryen ends up having taken Dragonstone over, so they have to make a deal with her, basically, in order to get it. Look at this. I like it. I like it. We'll get rid of that when we color it. We'll get it a different color. But I like how it's coming along. It's actually shaping up to look like a pretty damn good location, I think. A good compound. Because at this point, it is no longer that, it's a compound. It's a semi-connected compound as far as I'm figuring. But you can see it's getting shaped. I really like that shaping right here. I could probably get it to shape like this the entire way up, but I don't want it to, if I'm being honest. I kind of like how it's like this awkward pyramid shape. I'm probably missing a lot more little information that helps with more of the story, but I'm just like, again, I'm just trying to get as much of the information that's I think is pertinent to my ranting as possible out of the way. And I think we're just about there. While all that is going on, and Arya, when she went to Braavos and the House of Black and White, she ends up going under training to become a faceless man. She ends up succeeding in her training, but instead of becoming a faceless man, she leaves to go back home and go to Winterfell, which is, she ends up showing up there around the time that Jon has left to go to Dragonstone and Sansa's left in charge. She also executes Ramsay, who deserves it. There's a lot of bullshit that goes on, a lot of betrayal that I'm not going over, and all that, in all honesty. A lot of, like, stupid shit that happens. a lot of death that occurs in between then and now, where after Joffrey's death and Marcella has been sent to Dorne, she sends Jaime and Bronn to go get Marcella, but Marcella ends up getting poisoned because the Mountain, who ends up surviving a spear through the heart and killing the Prince of Dorne, the wife or girlfriend or paramour, the paramour of the Prince of Dorne, gets pissed off and wants to start a war, so she poisons Marcella and fucking has her die. A little bit after that, some shit goes down, and Tommen, who is the king, ends up killing himself, which then, for some odd reason, Cersei Lannister just takes over as queen. Which makes not a lick of fucking sense, because Stannis is dead, Renly is dead, there's no Targaryens. The only Targaryens that are left that could possibly do anything and get blood on the throne is Daenerys, who thinks she can't get pregnant anymore because a witch told her so. Now, mind you, the witch could have committed a curse to leave her barren, which is a possibility, but I have no fucking idea. Yada, yada, yada. Stuff happens, yada, yada, yada. Jon is able to convince people that they need to work together for the army of the undead that's on its way. And then we start getting into some of the bullshit that starts happening after he goes to Dragonstone and makes the deal with, or not even makes the deal, but gets to mine the dragon glass. He decides that they're going to try and convince Cersei that the undead's coming. So they're going to go beyond the wall to capture the undead. It's a whole sequence of stupidity and dumbness that occurs that results in the death of one of Daenerys' dragons and the Night King turning that dragon into an undead dragon that he then uses to knock down the wall and cross the wall. And it has me go, literally the only reason they had him go across the wall to get the fucking undead, because when he brings it to Cersei, she decides she's not going to help in any way, shape, or form. She's going to let the undead and her enemies kill each other while she takes over the Seven Kingdoms again. Like, this is where we're talking about. This is the current season that I'm on. It's fucking dumb. There's reunitions that happen. Baelish, the piece of shit that he is, ends up getting killed. Deservedly so. And just, like, dumb fucking shit happens. Right? And this is where the ranting's going to start. We get informed because of Bran having to go on an adventure of his own to become the next Thousand-Eyed Raven, because he was paralyzed, and because he was paralyzed, he was able to warg, which, when you look at the books, there's a lot of differences. I much prefer, I'm gonna have to read the official books at some point whenever they get finished. Anyways, so Bran goes on his own little adventure to learn how to be the Three-Eyed Raven and be able to see the past and the present, and as a result, he's able to see that Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, with the help of being informed by Samwell Tarly, who Gilly was reading alongside him and read in a diary that he annulled the marriage of Elia Martell and married off Rhaegar and Lyanna, and then they had a kid, and that kid just so happens to be none other than Jon Snow, only it's not Jon fucking Snow, it's Aegon Targaryen, right? He's actually the fucking rightful heir to the Seven Kingdoms. Only nobody fucking knew that, because jackass Ned Stark, oh, I promise I'll protect your son, my dearest sister. I'll send him to the fucking wall. How honorable is that, you fucking asshole? Like, are you kidding me? You want to fucking talk all this horseshit about honorableness and whatnot, and like, you fucking don't tell Jon the truth at all and have him go to the wall to spend the rest of his life without... You didn't do that to protect Jon. You did it to protect fucking Robert Baratheon. What the fuck is wrong with you? I literally did spark notes as much as I could so I could get that off my chest, because it's been pissing me off since I fucking first... since it first was announced. Right? Like, him not knowing about that is one thing, but him knowing is a complete other. And the fact that he knew, mind you, we find out about this a little bit later down the line that he wasn't actually Ned's son, but we didn't find out about him being Trueborn until the diary. And I got when that reveal happened, and she's like, "What does annul mean?" And then she starts talking about it, and I'm like, "Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?" So, as a result of that, well, I gotta finish the rest of the series and see what fucking bullshit ending they come up with, because I know they're gonna come up with a bullshit ending, because even without me knowing anything about Game of Thrones and not really being on the internet as much as I currently am at the time, hilariously enough, I still knew about the horrors that were the final season of Game of Thrones. So I'm looking forward to seeing all that, but I'll tell you what, I've already been inspired to potentially start writing ideas down for future fan fictions. I'll look for stories that are similar or whatnot and see if I can knock them off my list. But so far, the 3 biggest ideas I have, one of which is involving with Ned Stark not being a lying piece of shit or a truth-omitting piece of shit and actually telling Jon the truth earlier on in his life so he can make a decision other than being forced to go to the fucking wall, because he realistically had no other decision because of how he was treated and how he was brought up and what he was told, and all that other bullshit. Like, the entire time, he's told how much honor there is in becoming a member of the Knights Guard. And it's like, there's no fucking honor in becoming a member of the Knights Guard. They're fucking robbers, thieves, rapists, and murderers that get sent there. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, that's really fucking honorable. I'm not pissed that he lied or didn't tell him the truth. I'm pissed that he only told him he would talk about your mother next time we meet. And they never met again because he got his fucking head cut off because he was blinded by honor. Because the honorable thing to do isn't to use our forces to arrest Cersei and her illegitimate children, but it's to walk up to the throne room and throw a piece of paper in their face that tells them that you're not the true heir, and I'm gonna make sure that Stannis Baratheon gets on the throne. Fucking idiot. They made the Starks so fucking stupid at times, and it's like, okay, so you're gonna be dishonorable, Robert, and you're not going to marry the person you're supposed to marry, which, like, you should do. It doesn't make right what Walder Frey did, but the fact that he fucking broke the betrothal at all in the first place is like, okay, come on. They always go on about it sucks because this is where the storytelling elements fall apart. Honor is so important until it's not for the story, and then it's like, okay, do whatever you want. Fucking aggravating, man. I also think I'm gonna have to break this off and make an angled shape, if I'm being honest, because I need to put down this as the top of the roof. So as a result of that, that's one of the big ideas I've had for story elements. Theon Greyjoy being the piece of shit coward that he is pisses me off. Also, some characters have teleportation. Like, they can get to places so fucking fast it's ridiculous and stupid. Other characters can be complete and utter badasses in one moment and then get their asses handed to them by some fucking random person that they just introduced in the next. And it's so fucking stupid. It's almost like at times the people don't watch their own show. They just decide that they're gonna make shit happen in a specific way, and bada bing, bada boom. This is how everything ends, right? It almost feels like the last season and this was set up just to fight the undead, and the way that they did it, they just like it bored me a bit, you know? Like, it was actually the most boring season 7. There was a couple of really cool moments, but like overall, there was so like they were fucking. There was one part where they were walking for literally 5 fucking minutes, and it's like, we get it. The fuck, man? And then, like, there's ridiculous shit that happens where, like, Theon's sister ends up running away with a large group of the Greyjoys and a big portion of their ships, and goes to make an alliance with Daenerys Targaryen. Meanwhile, Euron Greyjoy, which is their uncle who came back and killed Balon Greyjoy, wants to take over and have them killed or whatever, but they've already left. So he has his men go get as much wood to make ships as possible and sails. And it's like, all right, how in the hell were you able to do this? How are you able to get wood and cloth and shit like that at the location you're at after as many ships were taken as were taken? And then later down the line when there's a battle, the fucking, the Greyjoys alongside Theon and his sister lose everybody and all their ships alongside all their allies, like in one fell swoop. It's ridiculous how fast Daenerys' group ends up dropping. It's like, it feels like they died super fast in order just to get to the undead part quicker. You know what I mean? And it's like, why would you fucking do that? Why would you make bitter what was great just to tell a tale that, oh, nothing else matters, the undead. Fuck off, man. And then the way they make characters unintelligent, like stupid plot or idiot plot or whatever they call it. Like, it's an official term. Idiot plot is the thing that they do where they make characters stupid in order to push the plot forward. And it's the most aggravating shit ever because it's like, why? There are so many other ways you could have done that. It's just I'm never going to have any of the fucking White Walkers or undead in any of my stories revolving around Game of Thrones. Mark my fucking words. They've already been dealt with thousands of years ago. It's more interesting to me to deal with the magic aspect of things and how that could be intertwined with the medieval style, like, households and kingdoms and stuff like that, right? Everything else is just like, it takes away from, so like the War of the Five Kings could have been so much more. But anyways, the last thing I'm going to rant about realistically, is this has helped me want to read more fan fictions revolving around the Game of Thrones world, read the actual books, as well as write down ideas for 3 specific stories of my own. The first one I already mentioned, which was just have Ned Stark tell Jon the truth, maybe change the name because I don't really like the fact that Jon, like, is Aegon. I don't like that. We can come up with a better name, I imagine, in a fan fiction tale. Regardless, that's the one idea. The other idea is maybe make some of the characters a little less fucked up, like Jaime, because I can't write canonical Jaime. I hate canonical Jaime's character. There's a couple of, like, qualities that could be considered redeeming by other people, but I kind of hope he doesn't make it to the end of the show. Cersei needs to die, for sure. That fucking psychotic dumbass. Anyways, the second idea was some characters can just look at the face of another character and be like, oh, you're this person and this person's father, or some bullshit like that. So I'm taking into or child. So I'm keeping that in mind. And I got this idea where during a conversation early on season 1 in Winterfell, there's a conversation before Bran gets thrown out the tower window by Jaime. Jaime talks to Jon, and Jaime's this smart-ass self. He says something to Jon, Jon says something back, and then he says something about actually swinging the sword at a real person. And that, like, for whatever reason, makes Jon all, like, sullen. And I thought, what if instead of making Jon sullen, that would cause him to talk shit to Jaime, and Jaime would be like, fine, we'll spar. And for whatever reason, something about the spar has Jaime have him be his squire. Why not? Fuck it, right? We can go from that. And then, when Tywin sees Jon, he decides to do his own little investigation into things. Maybe has a spy at the Citadel. Why not? And that spy at the Citadel will look at the look into things there, find the journal, because apparently after the death of the Grand Maester, or not the Grand Maester, but the previous Maester, that was the one who annulled the marriage, we find that diary, and bada bing, bada boom, Tywin has access to the true heir to the throne. Now, what I said about changing some of the people and some of the things was, for whatever reason, Tywin didn't believe the rumors about who Joffrey, Marcella, and Tommen were. So, I think he would know who the real father was, honestly. Regardless of any of that, though, the idea was to have him basically help Jon get the throne to improve his own standing with his own family, right? Like, he would be somehow marrying off Marcella to Jon in this story. I don't know. It's still skeleton stage. And the third idea was a fuck it AU idea that didn't have things happen for Daenerys Targaryen. It also fucks with the timeline a little bit, like makes it a little bit wonky, because the main focus on that story would actually be the child that's supposed to die. The witch that curses Daenerys' baby. That doesn't happen in this AU third story. Oh, greetings and good day, Redneck. No, I'm on the last thing. Don't say anything after season, or for season 8, right? Because I do not want to be spoiled on that, even though I'm pretty sure I already know what happens. At season 6, everything falls apart after season 6, though. Everything up to season 6, like, they have this idea. Basically, what I think is, if they really wanted this shit to go the way that it's going, this is gonna sound weird, but they needed not. They it feels like they rushed it. It feels like they rushed seasons 7 and 8. If they had like the prep for the undead shit take a little bit longer, maybe they could have dealt with the Lannisters and had Daenerys on the Iron Throne, and then had the undead shit start to go out of control. But it's funny because, well, at season 6 is when they lost the book. The book that stopped coming into account because George R.R. Martin didn't have any more, like, he fucking can't write this shit anymore. He's got writer's block or whatever, right? At least I got a great excuse. My shit's just fan fiction bullshit that I've never really written down and posted. You know what I mean? I have an excuse. This motherfucker's actually fucking writing books that are being sold to millions of people, and you can't fucking write a page a day? I'm on my rant mode, so it's easier to make me upset at things. I'm not that upset about the fact that the book's not written. I'm more upset about the fact that I've looked up a couple of fan fictions, because the summaries do a great job of not spoiling shit that I don't already know. So at about mid-season 7, I started looking up fan fictions to mark down to read for later. And most of the ones that I caught were like, doesn't take anything into account after season 6. Doesn't take the events of season 7 or 8 into account. No White Walkers. I've seen stuff like that, and I'm like, oh, that's so funny. I can't wait to read some of these stories. Something. And I mean, I'm not complaining about his writing, because I haven't read the book, and I know for a fact that George R.R. Martin's writing is pretty damn decent, considering, you know, Elden Ring's one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, they lost the fucking plot. But yeah, my 3 ideas, I'm going to go over them really quickly before I end up getting into wrap-up mode for this game. We're going to switch over to something else. I don't know what. But we're done with the outdated YouTube blog thing for now. We might just bullshit for a little bit before I wrap up for the evening, because I'm getting really hot. But yeah, the 3 ideas I had for stories were... The first one, Ned doesn't lie or omit the fact that Jon's not Jon. 2 is Tywin Lannister moves the puppet strings and ends up getting Jon on the throne, because why the fuck not? It's a fanfic, have fun with it. And the third one is from the perspective of Daenerys and Drogo's child that is not cursed and actually is born. And that's why I said I fuck with the timeline a little bit, because the dragons would be fully grown, the wars would be long over, there would be no undead, so that would allow the Seven Kingdoms to build up strength, and then they would be able to go across the Narrow Sea with a of-age prince, right? Who's gonna go for the throne. Those are my 3 separate ideas that were inspired because of what I've seen so far for the show. But, like, I talked for about 2 hours. I went over 2 hours of information that I found was kind of pertinent to the grand scheme of things in order to... Because, like, Peter Baelish being the cause for most of the strife is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous that this Littlefinger bastard is able to fucking pull the puppet strings in such a way to cause basically the biggest civil war since, I don't know, the 9 Penny Kings or whatever. And then, with how fucking stupid the Greyjoys are, like, we do not sow, we reave, and we take. What the fuck are you on about, dumbass? No wonder why you're in the situation you're in. You're a fucking moron. But the way they make some characters as stupid as they do is ridiculous. And they, like, how people blindly follow people, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous how they do some of the things they do in the show. It doesn't make sense for them to do the things that they do in the way that they do it at times. Like how Edmure Tully was able to walk back to the castle and then open the gates and surrender. Like, that was fucking insane to me. And then how, like... the characters aggravate me at times. Because the only reason the characters did what they did at the times they did it was to further specific parts of the plot. Like, for fuck's sake, John, why are you fighting the undead? Get on the fucking dragon and fly away. But that's the problem. Okay, the way that I word it, I like wording it this way. They don't go from, their goal is to go from point A to point Z while hitting every letter of the American alphabet in between, right? A, B, C, D, all the way through. But these motherfuckers went from A to E to F to back to C to Z. Like, that's what they're trying to do. Like, I feel like I have 5 episodes left to watch. How in the fuck are you gonna do this Army of the Undead in any way that's gonna do good? There's no way they're gonna do this well. There's no way. Because there's 5 episodes left. They're gonna, like, have the Night King dead in an episode. That's why I'm like, fuck it. In any of my stories I write, there ain't gonna be no fucking Night King. There's no way I'm gonna have any undead in my fucking shit. You know what I mean? I hate, like... I like this idea instead of Mace Rider, whatever the fuck his name is. I like the idea of him actually being more of a fucked up piece of shit and, like, uniting the wildlings to try and, like, take over the world type of thing, right? I know that's a dumb thing to do, but, like, if you want to have a major threat, or if I want to have a major threat outside of every other fucking situation that's occurred, because you have so many other major threats to worry about. Like, let's look at this from the perspective of the Lannisters. You have Daenerys Targaryen, her dragons, and her army, which you're not going to be able to beat in an easy fucking manner. That's a big threat. Why the fuck do you even need the undead? It literally was just like, oh, we're about to have this big old war for the throne. Oh, the undead's more important. Forget about everything else. Literally, forget about everything else. All your past grievances with each other, forget about them. All of your hate for each other, forget about that. The undead's more important than anything else, which, yeah, I guess I get why it's more important. But for fuck's sake, you don't make it feel like there's urgency until it's too late. Like, the urgency that we feel only feels that way because you had to make the Night King have a fucking key. You basically made a lock and then gave the fucker the key with the dragon. when Jon had to fucking run into the opposite direction of... Why didn't the dragon breathe fire on the Night King? Here, there's your fucking fanfic idea right there. Take that scene. When the dragon comes and have the dragon burn the Night King. Whoops, I accidentally won the war against the dead! Like, it pisses me off when it feels like the authors of something feel like they don't give a shit. Yeah, it's like that is one of the weakest parts. Like, that kind of shit is the weakest shit, right? Like, another example. When Varys or whatever finally was able to go to I'm done with this game. I'm just gonna rant until I'm ready to wrap up. When the spider finally gets to Daenerys and is like, I'm gonna work for you. And he's gonna go and talk to Olenna and the Prince of Dorne's Paramount, who assassinated the rest of them and took over, which, what the fuck is up with that? Making sense. So, the spider has teleportation. He's able to go from all the north of Essos all the way to the south of Dorne, all the way back to Dragonstone. It's like, what the fuck is your teleportational abilities? The fact that fucking Littlefinger lived for as long as he did made zero fucking sense at all to me. A traitor's piece of shit like that in a world like that living for as long as they did made zero fucking sense to me. I was upset about how... Hell, another idea for you. Don't even have Jon go to the wall. Have everything else be canonical. Just have Jon go south to war with Robb. Why the fuck not? That changes everything. There's so much you could do, so many little things that could change everything. But no, the thing that I might talk about more than the story itself in the future is the ideas that I got from the story, because I like the ideas I came up with. I like this idea of, like... Now, mind you, obviously Tywin Lannister would not be as fucked up in this fanfiction I'm talking about as he is in the show or the books. As far as I would assume. He'd be fucked up, but, like, more along the lines of, instead of him ordering the Mountain to slaughter Elia Martell and her children, he would have done that on his own volition, and that would be like, oh boy, you fucked up on that one. That's from the perspective of an alternate universe where, for whatever reason, Jaime Lannister ends up getting a less fucked up Jaime Lannister ends up taking Jon as his... Hell, you can even still make Jaime be kind of as fucked up as he is. Have him take Jon on as a squire, and when he sees Bran, have Jaime bring that up, and in a threatening way. Bran wouldn't say shit at that point, right? And regardless of that, Tywin sees Jon, does an investigation, finds out the truth, has Jon marry Marcella, boom. There's the idea. How I make it work out that way, I don't know, but I would have more than, like, I would have more threats occur. I mean, I could make it to where Jon ends up becoming more fucked up as a result because he was lied to his entire fucking life. So as a result of that, instead of wanting to do anything with the Starks, he hates the Starks to a certain extent. Not all of them, of course, but who knows? Hell, given that information, if we still have things go a certain way, we could still have, like, certain events still take place, and then Arya is Tywin's cupbearer. Still. Who knows how I'll do it. I'm ranting because, like, you can tell how fucked up or how annoying a story gets for people, if you go to fanfiction.net, right? And you take a gander at, like, if you just browse, let's browse books. Let's see, and we are browsing by all, so it's showing me the most popular down, right? Popularity, as well as,
just enter your business name and boom, you'll get thousands of logo ideas.
What's the name of the book?
Design.com can also help you get a website.
A Song of Fire and Ice.
Visit design.com today.
Where the hell is that on the... Oh, A Song of Ice and Fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is 12th in the amount of fanfictions on fanfiction.net for the number. It has 10,000, well, 10,400 fanfics for A Song of Ice and Fire. Popularity and whether or not there are certain things in the story that people like or dislike really have an effect on how many are written, right? For an example, 5th on the list is Hunger Games with 46,500. Lord of the Rings is next for 58,000. Percy Jackson and the Olympians, 80,000. Twilight, 223,000. And Harry Potter, 850,000. All right. That's now for anime. Half that number, Naruto, 442,000, and right below that, Inuyasha for 122,000. Right, and then it keeps going down the list over there. Oh shit, One Piece has gained a lot, 45,000 for One Piece. That's far down the list. That's like 10th on the list. It used to be like 20th. Ruby's up there for 34,000. Death Note, 34,000 above that. Anyways, I like looking at that, and if I see something in the top 20, there's a part of me that goes like, there's got to be a lot of controversy behind it, or maybe not a lot, but you either love it or you hate it, type of thing, right? Fan fiction is graded on a multitude of things. You can sort. So say you want to read a Star Wars fan fiction. You go to movies, you hit Star Wars, and you can go to filters. Why the fuck? How about I do this, right, and just show you all. So I'm on fanfiction Star Wars right now. We go boom, we go update, we go by favorites, we go by all rated. M is not safe for work primarily. Sometimes T-rated stories, you'll get some not safe for work stuff. But we go to all, we go to time range, we go within the last 6 months instead of all. 737 stories have been updated within 6 months' time, right? We can even do length for words. We can do status if they're complete or not complete. 285 completed within the last 6 months. Language. Sometimes you have a limited amount of languages to pick from. English, and then apply. An Inquisitive Inquisitor, Star Wars self-insert. The second Death Star has been destroyed in a climactic battle with the Rebel Alliance. Both Emperor Palpatine and his fearsome enforcer Darth Vader are dead. Already the the two founded is beginning to crumble into ruin. Warlords begin to form their own breakaway fiefs, and the newly proclaimed New Republic seeks to establish its primacy. The galaxy is consumed by chaos. Right? So you'll get shit like that. That's for fanfiction.net. There's another site, AO3. That site is a lot less safe for work. Again, you could sort filters and make sure you take out explicit material stories and stuff like that. If you don't want any, like, if you just want a story that's not all fucking and shit like that. But sometimes M-rated stories don't have excessive sexual content, but they do have fight scenes that are graphic. If I were to go to... Hold on. Here, perfect example. One of my favorite fan fictions of all time. I primarily read it on AO3, but I'll pull it up on fanfiction.net since I was there before. One of my favorite fan fictions of all time is a self-insert One Piece fanfic called This Bites. It is complete. It has 2 million words, 99 chapters, and it was last updated April 17th of last year for like a teaser or something like that for like the second part, which will be coming out when One Piece finishes. Which, it's getting closer and closer for that! And the voice break was intentional. You don't believe I can do my voice break intentionally? But there you go, there's an intentional voice break! I've read that story at least 5 times, by the way. I read it when my PC was down, I read it. But yeah, I find myself, a lot of the times, I'll start to watch, like, Ruby. I know a little bit about Ruby. I watched some of the episodes, didn't really get into the show, but I've read more fan fictions about Ruby than I have watched Ruby. I like reading fan fictions more because it's kind of a dart throw whether or not you're going to get something that's good, but you can always get a lot of unique shit, right? Another One Piece self-insert that I'm really enjoying called Springtime, which is a self-insert, but instead of being a character that gets created, there's 2 types of self-inserts. Original character, or a character that the soul your representative, because it's not actually you, it's a representative of you, gets set into the body of another character, right? That's one of the more popular ones to do. I personally, when I write stories, I write always from a perspective of like a third person perspective. I never use terminology of like, if you're writing down the thing of like, oh, I did this when they're talking, it's more like the character did this is how I write. That's my writing style. Anyways, outside of the ranting, I got nothing more to do. I'm going to wrap up for you, YouTube. We're going to stick around if you're watching on Twitch. I'll probably still talk about other stuff, but we're going to find something else to do for a little bit. I said I might wrap up for the whole, but I'm not going to. I feel like going a little bit longer. Anyways, that is going to be it for me for you, YouTube. If you're new here and you haven't already, be sure to become a citizen of the kingdom today via subscribing to this channel as well as my main channel. Links will be down in the description below through all my links if you're watching on YouTube. Exclamation point links like so if you watch it on Twitch. Be sure to follow me on Twitch. Catch me when I go live at 6 p.m. EST EDT Friday through Monday. Invite link to the community Discord where you can always get the most accurate notifications of whenever I do go live. If I'm going to be a little bit late or early to stream outside of a half hour, or as long as I know I'm going to be late, as well as whatever else catches your fancy. They're all my links. That's going to be it for me for you, YouTube. Appreciate y'all. Until next time, take care and have a good one. Bye-bye.